second hand on the ocean floor. Down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. See you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. I'm gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up. Cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking. Going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. Cause now is the right time. And I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me on tonight. Cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around. No, I won't be turning around. It's the right time. You feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through. Get you out of your comfort zone. Cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up. Cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking. Going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. Cause now is the right time. And I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now.
Insert super funny intro text here.
Why is it text?
Yeah, I was like, why isn't it just a
Speak.
phrase?
Because I'm reading it off the sheet note things you gave me.
I said,
You should
don't
know
read
that
this
I
part.
can't read. I'm long-winded, can't count.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, it's a long time. Anyway, hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, any guy.
Any guy.
Hey, guy.
Anytime.
Hey.
Anytime, peoples.
You have time to grab my bag? You have a
Yeah.
bad name, any guy?
Sorry, satchels. I mean orbs. I mean satchels.
Necromancers.
Contemplate
Oars?
the orb.
Or as we had fun saying in the Discord today, Nacho Mancer
Necromancer.
and Nacho Muncher. Because of the, in addition to long-winded, can't count, and can't read, I also can't type most of the time. So, yeah. Don't worry if I ever am super crazy, famous in the future, and you guys attempt to read my DM notes, don't bother, because they're practically chicken scratch. But hey, guys, last week we had chapter 38, where the party departed the town of Aukenfirth and headed far northwest into the Aniak Mountains with hopes of attempting to find ruins that were once the home of a necromancer several centuries ago. After spending some time hunting Volred,
Genocide.
well, you'll just have to watch last week's episode if you haven't watched it already. For those of you who have seen it, you know what happened, and then maybe God has been pissed off. But unfortunately, all the change of reputation text has been turned off. So
You get like a how many curses can we stack on Volred?
Well, he's already got a bit of a lead, so we'll see. Anyway, we left off last week with the group getting some updated information from one of the local fauna, and which has led you guys into this section of the middle of the mountains covered in mist. That supposedly battles took place here, and a lot of dead things are there, and humans that crawl up out of the ground.
Like worms.
Yeah, so we'll see. So we open up to chapter 39 this week to see how that goes. So, you guys had found a nice little spot up on the ridge overlooking the valley for sleep. So you guys completed that long rest. Slowly coming awake as Calum drops the dome, and you guys are hit by the bracingly cold wind of this mid to late winter up in the mountains. But you guys had prepped for that, making a point, you guys said last time, to wear your cold weather outfits and dress in layers before you guys descend into the valley.
She reminds me of home.
No, I do not want to be reminded of there.
It's brisk.
This is what home.
It's brisk, baby. Oh,
Pretty
I
sure
can
you
feel
said
my
that
eyeballs
about
freeze.
the time that the boat got frozen.
That was too cold.
But you said it reminded you of home.
Yeah,
so...
it's also cold, eh? Look, it's just cold. This is more of a nice summer breeze.
Summer breeze.
Yes.
Wait, y'all, this is a summer breeze? It's like below freezing.
How high up on the mountain are you? That's really depends on your seasons.
If you're like in the valley, the wind isn't too bad, depending on the direction.
It can get real bad though. That's when you gotta worry about like updraft currents.
Yeah.
Is it gonna be like this the whole time? You know what?
You're the druid, not me.
I like Arthur cast Driftcraft to see if it's gonna stay this way for the next 24 hours.
Okie dokie. Let's see here. You cast out, glancing into the small little terrestrial weather orb, kind of glancing into that. You see relatively light wind and slightly warmer temperatures. However, you see the next 24 hours are going to be dominated by thunderstorms.
Well,
It's gonna suck.
I mean, it's gonna get better for a little bit.
Okay.
But there's lightning in the orb, so this is a new one for me.
Oh. No.
Is it like crazy lightning, or is it just like a couple?
Looks like you're expecting a pretty significant downpour it is going to be cold, several inches of cold, wet rain.
I guess
I'm more worried about the thunder since we're going in, or the lightning going into the mountain. Are we going to be in any danger of being struck by lightning?
Just
Not-
don't
not
be the
in the
tallest
valley.
thing in the mountain.
Always a
Wearing metal.
possibility.
I mean, Gander's our lightning rod. He has all the metal on him. But like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, is this going to be a concern?
I don't know.
Am I seeing
Looks
a
like-
lot of lightning in the orb?
It's
You
thunderstorm.
do see a lot of lightning in the orb.
Yeah. So if we're gonna be in the mountain, probably not a big deal. But if we're gonna be outside for a long period of time, it's gonna warm up. But then there's gonna be a lot of cold, rainy, and lightning.
Well, I have a question. Did we want to just hunker up during that time, or did we want to keep traveling during that time?
Well, I don't listen. I would imagine if we can make it to the ruin first, we can probably get in the ruin before the lightning happens. But then we have another problem. Kind of a big old
Dead don't sleep.
dead things. So
Yeah, but that's just, I can do the dome and just continually do it. So it's kind of iffy when it comes to that, but
are we in any hurry to get to this person?
I'm pretty sure we don't get paid if we don't do it.
I mean, I get it, but we don't have like a time limit on this, right? Like we're not.
Yeah.
I mean, the longer
ultimately, the Lyceum tasked you guys with firstly identifying the location of the ruins. And there is a payment for that. And then if you guys decide to explore the ruins forward, then you guys get paid extra for any additional information or relics from the area that you can receive. But your first minimum priority is to locate it.
Do we have to draw up a ledger of retrieved artifacts and items?
As long as we
Nope.
don't try to sell them immediately in the town we're going to, I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
Well, from what you can tell of the fine print, this job's a little bit different. Carol Mare was technically Lyceum property. The ruins you're going into is not Lyceum property.
They weren't the ghost elves in the bottom. They can't own it.
Yeah, so like realistically, you could give the Lyceum a middle finger and just keep everything you find.
All about the middle finger.
But then you run the risk of, damaging that reputation score a little more.
Up the established.
We'll just
You
get
know,
the
but
crime
we'll give them
syndicates.
something.
Yeah, we can give them something. We just don't have to give them everything.
Kind of like the ever-smoking bottle room.
The
And we
gave
may
them
not
endless
find
water.
everything.
Yeah, that. We gave them the endless water.
If it was a smoking bottle one, I would have loved that one. That thing's cool.
Caleb,
Yeah. Yes.
do you have a fire spell?
Yes.
Okay, good to know. Keeping that in the back pocket.
Wait, why? Robot.
So
Yeah.
keeping that in, we're gonna keep that in the back pocket. Anyway, so do we want to wait the storm out? I can only see that the storm is coming because that's within the 24 hours that it's going to be here, but I don't know how long it's going to stay. And so I wouldn't be able to tell if it's going to stay until tomorrow unless we stay where we are and I wait another couple of hours and see how long it's going to last.
Well, are we worried about the rain, the wind, the cold, or the lightning?
All of it.
Not really worried about the rain and the cold.
I mean, rain will eventually freeze and turn into ice. Lightning could strike Gander. Just
Could be
so
fire rain.
Lightning does strike in the same place twice.
it
Just so
can,
you know.
and it can.
Just so you know.
So I mean, like, I would be worried about all of the above.
Well, we also have a time frame of which it's not going to happen. Because you said it's going to be a little while. So we
I
can
mean,
start traveling, and once we start seeing the weather come in, I can set up my dome, chill. If we do that.
We could also go lower in the mountain range so we're not as high up.
Go ahead, Arthur.
I mean, if we go closer to the ruins and we set up the dome, these dead things come out of the ground. So, like, does your dome go all the way under the ground and, like, protect us that way? Or is it that we can set up the dome and be trapped in the dome with the dead things?
They can't come underneath. It blocks it.
They cannot come underneath.
That nothing can get in that I don't let.
Okay, cool. I feel so much better about it.
Now, if the Necromancer comes out, he can dispel it. But if the
What do you
Necromancer
mean
comes out,
dispel it?
well, you can get rid of other people's magic if you cast Dispel Magic.
I thought dispel just meant dispel and dat spell. Like, why are you talking about dis? Oh, so you can get rid of magic?
Yes.
Somebody can just cancel it out?
Yes.
Yes.
Why would you do that?
Because.
So you don't get hit with a fireball.
So if somebody casts a fireball, you could just say dispel and it's done.
Not dispel, I would say
Fuck you.
counterspell. I would say counterspell with a middle finger.
Wait, so you count spells too?
Semantic.
I don't like this. I don't like this magic thing. This is freaking me out. What do you...
How do you counter a sword?
You block it.
Bleak.
Shield.
How'd that work out?
Very well for a little while.
Okay, so we can move closer to the thing. I'm a little more concerned now that you said that somebody can just get rid of your little dome thing.
Well, honestly, if the wizard gets close enough to be able to dispel it, we have much bigger problems than just him dispelling it.
So
We now have a necromancer on our hands.
How
Yeah,
close
and
do we
they're
have
like-
to be to dispel it?
60 feet.
I can't do anything about 60 feet. I have darts.
Will an arrow kill a necromancer?
I mean,
That's
Very
a good
possible.
question. That is a good question.
Oh,
Will
you have a
axe
magical
will-
bow? Yes, it will.
will an axe kill a necromancer?
If it's magical, I don't think Izal has the axe though.
Don't have
Izal
the
has the
axe.
sword.
No.
I don't want to talk
It also depends on the protections of the necromancer.
How about several
Wait.
repeated blows to the face?
Yeah.
Kid, you said these can hit those things now, right? They're
Bare
magical.
Yes, that is correct.
Pause.
Did you just say we should blow the necromancer?
Blow the necromancer.
I said
yes.
several repeated blows to the face.
Oh, that sounds naughty.
Okay, so I guess we're deciding that we're gonna go ahead and move forward and just hope that this necromancer doesn't just pop up and dispel Kalen's bubble.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna get moving before the rain starts again.
Let's move.
Okay,
We got how long do we have, Eric, based off of the druid?
It looks like the rain is going to start moving in the afternoon.
And what time is it now?
It is whatever time in the morning you guys want to say you're going to head out.
11:30.
Oh no. Oh no. No. It'd be like 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock and we're moving.
Yep.
Okay. As you guys said you were descending into the valley.
Wherever Carl told me to go. Yes.
Okay. What's your marching order?
I will go first.
Second.
I'll
Who's
go
third?
last.
Okay, Red's last. So Gander, Caleb, where y'all going?
I will go third.
Gander fourth.
And we're heading towards the ruins, right? That's what's in the valley.
We're heading into the mountain or the valley between the mountains that the ruins are supposedly at. So
Okay.
yes,
We are getting instructions from my bird.
we got instructions from a bird.
Who's like 2 years old.
Past tense.
Was.
I mean, you had no other better plan. Like, let's just. Carl is reliable enough. We were shooting at the dark right now.
Should we also look for other animals while we're in the mountains in case we could cross-reference information?
I mean, yeah, but Carl said there wasn't any like animals that try to go in that general area because there's a lot of things that crawl out of the ground and eat things.
He could also be lying, though.
You know what? Y'all look for animals. I trust Carl, but y'all look for animals. I will make sure that we get down into the valley. You guys can fucking be mean to all the animals that you guys do. Well, Red, I already know you just kill animals just for the sake of killing animals. But the rest of you, fuck y'all.
Yeah. Arthur's over here like, you guys just don't like the fact that I have friends.
I was just...
Why was I included in that?
Because you're not saying anything against it. You're just letting it happen.
I'm reading.
But you're just
I don't even know
letting
what
it
was
happen.
said.
You're
Are
just
you okay,
letting-
Arthur?
No, you guys keep picking on the reliable resource that I have, and nobody else is making any ideas towards where we're supposed to go.
To be fair, Arthur's resources have been very reliable so far.
I'm
Okay.
just saying, find another animal as well.
Yeah, didn't someone just say that? How are we supposed to just like how do we know that for sure? So isn't it?
I'm just not going to say anything else.
You're not going to read anything else either.
Oh. Oh, well, this conversation's as dead as those deer were. Let's go. Arthur, you're leading the way.
Arthur's already walking.
Roll for pissed off deity. Yeah. Speaking of, I have to do my... Oh, shit. Okay. I always hate it
Pissed off,
whenever...
you know.
No, it's just... I was doing my thing where I go ahead and roll, so that way I get a... You know, the bad rolls out or whatever,
They're
and
all
I got a
20s.
4 and a 6. So it's like... God, it sucks if you guys end up doing combat today, because I got a feeling it's not going to go my way. Okay. So, Art, if you would not mind giving me a survival check, and Izal, give me a perception, but you can take advantage on that because of stone cunning.
Ooh.
Can I do a separate check with my eagle?
You don't need to.
I suppose
Perception?
you could.
I got a 21, but Arthur's way better at survival than I am at perception.
I got a nat 20, but the total is 27.
Awesome. So yeah, between Izal's deft maneuverability of mountains, especially as they still have like a little bit of ice in some of the shady parts, kind of helps you go, nah, that rock doesn't look safe. No, we should probably switch back here. And then you guys make your way down the slopes into the central valley with surprisingly good speed. As you guys kind of push towards the later part of the morning, stretching into the afternoon, that layer of mist, Izal, Gander, and even really Caleb, you guys have spent enough time in mountains to know that mist that kind of accumulates there in the morning usually tends to kind of burn off as the day goes on and the valley kind of heats up in the sunlight. This mist is not doing that. As you guys descend down, there's this kind of thick, stratified layer of mist that kind of is very cold and clings to you as you descend. As you kind of fall out the bottom of it, you kind of look up and it covers most of the area atop of you, and you can only occasionally see bits of blue sky that is rapidly turning gray. As you guys kind of reach the bottom, the ground beneath you is pretty muddy. It's just kind of this constant amount of moisture that seems to be in part of this valley. And occasionally you can start feeling the little pings of cold on you as slowly but surely that thunderstorm starts rolling in, and you can start to hear sounds off in the distance like boulders rolling downhill, echoing through the valley.
I thought it was gonna be later.
I would like to try to make sure that we're not at like the lowest point, because like water in the mountains kind of flows and creates massive rivers really quickly. So if I think we're getting too low, like we should probably go a little higher to prevent like a massive wash away.
Okay, makes sense. And easy enough, especially with y'all's rolls. You guys kind of make it through, and you do start to notice that there are sections, like little rivulets that kind of come off the slopes as you guys walk around. And occasionally, as you kind of glance down in the very basin of the valley, you can see those kind of merge together with thin streams and occasionally collapse even further down into larger kind of brooks or tributaries. And as the rain kind of passes closer and closer, at this point, the storm front now actually kind of passing over, starting on top of you. That slow pitter of raindrops hastens and becomes a torrent. And true to your suspicion, very quickly the terrain around here becomes very difficult to traverse, and you can start noticing those little brooks swell up to larger rivers, sometimes 5 or 10 feet in width, and just kind of brushing aside and scraping deeper chasms from dirt and land and mud as it passes through.
Good Lord, this only happens like late spring, early summer, and it is so annoying.
When was the last time you were this close to running water in the mountains, though?
It happens all the time here.
It's beautiful.
Well, the weather here is way different from up north, so for us it's mostly when like the caps start to melt and that water comes rushing down.
So are we stopping, or
do we have enough surface area?
Not much, but you guys could try and find a piece of shelter.
Yeah,
Wanna hunker
we
down?
can make it work.
Okay.
Arthur, are you still not talking?
Arthur just kind of giving you that look.
I think I saw a fish. Can you talk to it?
Some water spouts do pick up fish and like just throw them across the sky.
Can
then it rains.
you help me find a place where we can stop?
Arthur,
Lauren,
can you help? Can you help me find a place to stop? All right, I'm gonna go find a place to stop.
It's funny that Arthur got quite riled up about pursuing further into here, and when we questioned him, he just decided to stop talking. So either his sources are not reliable enough for him to carry on the trek, or he's just easily offended right now.
I'm gonna go with offended.
Yeah.
All right, Caleb, I will help you find us nice sturdy shelf that won't suddenly collapse underneath us due to excessive water erosion.
Yeah.
Survival?
Yeah, if you want. And then Izal, if you wanna perception, nature.
An 8. What do I find?
I got. Do I have advantage with?
Yeah.
Okay, because that really helps. A 14's better than that natural one I rolled.
Yeah.
Well, can I use nature instead?
You asked for survival and you made the roll, so
Okay, that's fine.
yeah. Sorry.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Wop, wop.
Okay. It does take you guys a little bit of time. You do find a shelf of rock. It's a little bit narrow, and so you guys kind of have to shimmy in just a little bit, but it's enough spot for you guys to drop the dome and provide a fair bit of cover overhead.
I mean, I'm gonna try to set up the.
I assume
field-
Caleb is going to put up the dome.
Yes, that was the
Yes.
plan. So
That was the decision.
The dome
Okay.
holds back weather, right?
Yes.
yeah, it'd be a
Okay.
pretty shitty dome.
Unless that the rainwater was for some reason inside the dome when it was cast.
We put it right over a spout. Like, oh, we should have just moved a little over.
But the dome goes up. Kalem's cozy cottage just kind of bursts into view. Suddenly, the air becomes a lot more tolerable. And for the second time in 12 hours, you guys are in a dome.
It's like a mobile home.
Yep. As you guys are just kind of sitting there, kind of wringing out your clothes
Technically.
and stuff, you guys can perhaps kind of jump a little bit as a large crack and boom echoes through the valley, and a large lightning bolt strikes down about 60 feet from where you guys are off in the woods. You suddenly see a tree like shatter, and then bits of smoke and flame kind of come up, and the ground beneath you kind of rumbles just a little bit with the impact.
Could make a weapon out of that tree.
Don't know about that. I'm used to seeing that at the top of the mountain. It's closest to clouds.
Caleb can control the temperature in the place, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, generally speaking, though, the
It is
spell just
comfortable.
makes it comfortable.
Okay. Arthur is going to take a couple. Well, I'm also concerned about the smoke.
Air can leave out.
Air can leave out? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Like, if you made a fire in here, it would not just suffocate us.
Okay, Arthur's going to grab a couple of his torches and like set them around, puts a couple of rocks around it, and then just makes a little campfire and uses Druidcraft to light the campfire, putting like his wet clothes next to it to try to dry them off.
Okay. Could have also just tried shape water.
I mean, I could.
My first thought was like, man, if only we had shape water. It's like, oh, I think Arthur has it. Like, Arthur doesn't.
But I also want to make a resource for warmth for other people as well.
Yeah, I'm just kind of imagining like that Bruce Almighty scene, and you're just like drenched. And you can go, but instead of losing your clothes, you just shed water. I think you might have to worry about the clothes coming with it, though.
Yeah.
I was just gonna ask Caleb to use the prestidigitation on me.
I'm just gonna start taking off clothes.
Yeah, breast irrigation.
Keep saying it wrong.
Take off the
Yeah,
coat,
no,
wring it out.
we got to get Bevo back on here so we can get some more of them.
Arthur, I apologize for questioning your animal companions. Is it validity? No. Knowledge. Let's go with knowledge. It's a big one. Can you talk with like any animal, or does it have to be like? Could you those things that attacked us on the bridge? Could you talk with them?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he could. Gricks don't really like.
The hell's a
They're
grip?
not animals; those are monsters, right?
They're monstrosities.
Yeah, I mean, no.
And they didn't really seem like they'd be able to communicate with noises, more so like rumbles.
Think we could sense vibrations?
Eh.
Arthur just kind of like lays up next to the fire. Just kind of relaxes, chills for a bit.
Caleb needs to
Oh.
update this thing to include spectral furniture.
How long have we been traveling at this point in time?
That's a very good question. Let us see. It is the 49th day of Frost Rule.
No, I mean like today. How long have we been traveling today?
In the beginning.
Well, at this point, it's probably around 1 or just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
So like 3 hours since, or well,
4 if you
Wow.
guys kind of got up and went out at 9. So about 4.
not enough time for me to really like try to see how long this is gonna last out. I'd wait a couple more hours before I cast Druidcraft again.
I get out some ADAC meat and start cooking it.
Eric, can I see through the rain?
Define see through the rain.
Like, how far out can I see from the dome?
Let's see. See, heavy rain. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember the rules for this off the top of my head. You probably got about 60 to 80 feet of obvious vision. If you want to really try and focus on something, you can potentially see longer than that.
And it's only like noon, right? It's like noon, 2 o'clock.
1-ish, yeah.
Oh, I named the numbers that were around the number.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure that no stinky dead thing like hobbles up to us unexpectedly.
How far into the mountains did we make it? I know we went into the valley, but like
Excuse you?
Yeah, shit. We went into the valley, but then like how far did we really make it? Because we're supposed to make it to the big mountain. Are we anywhere near the big mountain?
Yes, you guys are near the shadow of the big mountain. You guys, I mean, these mountains aren't very tall necessarily. You're not trying to climb Kilimanjaro or anything. It's just a lot of variance in the land that you guys are traveling through.
So would we say like less than a day's travel to get to?
Yeah, provided you guys find a pretty good pathway to walk along.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Anything else you guys want to do or discuss?
I offer Gander, Volred, Arthur, and Caleb some ADAC meat.
Sure.
Oh,
I don't
we
know
like
how
your-
well ADAC's gonna come out, but I mean, you've cooked worse.
You haven't tried it yet?
I take the food away from Gander.
No, I mean you cooked like worse things to eat.
Squid.
I'm hungry. Give me the ADAC.
I give it back to him.
Yeah, I think we're intending on waiting out this storm, or at least as long as we can on this storm for now.
Okay. somewhere in here there is rules for how far you can see, but I guess
I would think if it's
later.
torrential rain, it's probably heavy obscurement.
Yeah, because I
Which
know
would
you're
mean
supposed
we're
to be able to
basically
see
blind.
like, yeah, if you're from a point of like, if you're like in the middle of a plains, you can generally see like 2 miles, but yeah, there's a chart for that. But anyway, yeah, from where you guys are at, you can see that. And so if you're keeping an eye gander, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
What's that face?
+1 face. 9.
It's a solid 9.
Solid 9. Yeah. 100, between 100 and 300 feet. Okay, that should be good enough. All right. Gander, as you're kind of looking out, you can, in the distance, you see kind of a quick flash of light. You're not entirely sure whether or not it was lightning, but there was no accompany of thunder, and the hue is slightly purple.
Well, I mean, it might have been lightning interacting with a metal in the mountain.
Yeah.
That canceled out the noise of lightning.
You're not a meteorologist, and neither am I.
I fucking went to school too.
Well, you went to seminary school.
You went to battle school.
Lightning makes noise.
No, technically, she went to a religious institution.
I'm an engineer.
Yep.
Caleb's the scientist. I'm the engineer. And
No,
you're
I
the
like to think of
Bungo.
Caleb more as a philosophy professor.
He's got a suede jacket with leather patches on his elbows.
Yeah.
Welcome to Lit
Arthur's
101.
probably phys ed or basketball or track or something like that.
He teaches how to sail catamarans.
So the dome is not like I couldn't press my face against it to try to see clear. I would just pass through it, right?
You would pass through it, yeah.
What do I got? What do I got in my inventory that I can use?
A gun.
Spyglass.
A series of
I
mirrors.
don't have a spyglass.
Well, it's
Really
probably because
long
it's 1,000
stick.
gold pieces.
I'll use this shovel I got to try to make like an extended visor to try to see if that'll help clear up the rain towards. You see Gander just kind of lean out the thing and like he's just like, and just hold on, and just pulls out just a big old spade and just,
Yep. Kind of watching it, you got the little spade there. There's another flash and a boom as another bolt of lightning strikes by near the cave.
Arthur is going.
Was it purple?
Nope, it was not purple.
Arthur's going to assist by casting shape water over like the shovel. So Gander's going to think that he's doing it effectively by himself.
Don't play me. Just let me.
engineering at its finest.
It's like I'm going to move 5 feet of water out from where Gander is like standing, and try to like.
It's a real good shovel.
You're getting like 5 feet extra vision.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's better than nothing.
Okay, so lightning struck. It was not purple. This is out loud. Just the lightning struck.
it
It,
supposed to
wasn't
be
purple.
purple?
Well, no, but there was purple lightning earlier.
What?
Arthur immediately cast Druidcraft. It's like,
Is there purple lightning?
I don't know. I don't know. He's all it could be that freaking that vortex they
I've
got
had
down
purple
here.
rain before.
That's a song.
I was gonna ask that.
I think we made it last time.
Y'all did.
So you saw purple lightning.
So
Like
yeah,
it wasn't lightning.
shake your little weather snow globe. Pretty much unchanging.
It's wet.
Yep. Although you can tell that in the twilight hour, the early morning, the following day, the lightning storm should subside, but the rain should continue, although lighter than the current storm.
will it be warmer or is it still cold?
It's winter.
It will still be cold.
Okay. But not frozen, so it's not below freezing at that point.
Right. And it's not below freezing right now. It's like mid 40s.
Okay, cool.
It's that cold rain. So it's purple lightning.
Well, it wasn't lightning. Like it didn't. It was just like a flash.
Okay.
I mean, there was something, but like I couldn't tell what it was. This water's got all this heat, got all this condensation on my glasses. I can't see.
Well, have you wiped off your glasses?
Yes, but there's just more water.
So, is there any action we would take other than just waiting to see if anything happens?
Ooh.
Ooh, why are we doubled up here, buds?
That was weird.
No. I mean, we're just relaxing until this rain goes away.
Okay, well. Anybody got any stories?
No.
Anyone got any hand gestures?
There used to. Oh, you know how to thank people? That is precisely how we thanked our servants.
Oh.
That's a completely different
Arthur.
meaning up north.
As you are attempting to give your comrades the cold shoulder, you happen to glance off like farther out into the woods, and you see a couple quick flashes of purple light kind of among the trees, and then it looks like a flash down on the ground, and then no change.
How far out into the woods?
It's hard for you to guess, but you would think maybe 200 feet. You would not have seen it if not for the sudden flashes of light.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start if you're ever well, I don't know if they do it down here, but more Dune, if they're working with a crane, so if you need them to go up, you just hit them with you do kind of make a circle to tell the operator to go up. If you need to go down, you point down, right? And I'm kind of blanking right now, but there's a bunch of other hand signs because it's really hard to just communicate if you're yelling at them, because you're also trying to make sure that the cargo doesn't break anything.
I mean, you could yell at them.
You could yell at them, but then you're gonna throw your voice out.
A lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling. That's all I have.
Arthur's gonna go to the edge of the dome and just kind of sit and wait to see if he sees any more of this purple flashing.
Okay. After another couple minutes, same thing. Flash, 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 flash.
As that's happening,
Flash.
Arthur's like snapping at everybody, like to get their attention.
Yeah, no, that's stuff.
You snap at people? Yes, people.
No, the purple.
What? That wasn't lightning. We would have heard it.
Pretty sure you meant thunder.
Right. We would have heard thunder, which is the name of the sound the lightning makes.
Lightning doesn't always make thunder.
Sure it does.
Prove it.
Other than purple lightning, apparently, I've always heard the lightning sound.
How frequent are these flashes of light? Like, how often are they coming? Or are we
That is the second one you've seen. No, they seem to happen kind of clustered together.
Mhm.
And there was a couple minutes between the last two that you saw.
Question from Caleb. Would this trigger any memory of knowing what this is?
Hard to say. You can roll me an Arcana check,
Let's
but
do
the
it.
DC would probably be pretty high, though.
It's okay. I believe in Caleb.
Dirty 20.
That's why I believe
Well,
He's not done yet.
Oh.
He's still on
All right.
in Caleb. 24.
okay. You don't recognize specifically what it is. You do recognize it as something magical, perhaps a spell being cast. And judging by the color and the odd way that the sight of it kind of makes the hair on your arms and neck kind of stand on end, it's probably some manner of negative energy, necromancy type energy.
All right, so Caleb will look to Arthur and say that there is probably effects of necromancy. It's giving a very dark vibe whenever I'm looking at it, trying to sense what it is.
Hey, I didn't see the first two. Are these all happening in the same spots?
Did they happen in the same spots when I was a
Same general area. You could guess if it's a couple 100 feet away, within 20 feet of each other.
This is communication. I'm sorry, Arthur. Was there lightning strikes in that area? Arthur says no.
Well, I mean, I didn't see lightning hit where the flashes were, but I saw something through the flash, like it was shadowed.
Caleb, are you familiar with any type of negative juju spells?
Yeah, someone from the other room yelling, "No!"
That was a laugh.
A very sensitive microphone. Just my game.
I don't personally know of any. I do know of some necromancy spells, but they've never produced effects like this. So the necromancy spells that we're seeing are either altered or of a much higher caliber than what I'm used to seeing.
Unfortunately, Sabine kind of didn't let too many people watch her work. You mostly just saw the after effect.
Yeah.
How long
Undead.
between these lights is it? The time between you guys are seeing them. 'Cause I only saw the one.
No, I mean, like, I don't think Arthur, he only saw like 2 of them, but like he said, there was flashes of lights, but he didn't give me like a coherent number. I'm not like actually paying attention to how many of the flashes are happening. I just see that there are flashes. But Arthur will pay attention to this next round and see if there's a certain number.
The number doubles every time. It's like, oh no, this is just compounding.
Caleb hasn't actually seen one of these yet. He's just heard them described, correct?
I thought I showed you.
Yeah, you would have
Or did you
seen
show?
it. Otherwise,
okay.
you wouldn't have got to roll an Arcana check.
Okay. Then yeah.
Caleb, when you cast spells, how long does it take? 'Cause I know that you did the dome. It takes a while.
It depends on the spell. Some takes 10 minutes if you're doing a ritual. Some take a minute. There are other spells that can take 24 hours, but most spells that I cast are instantaneous.
Would we say that there's a distance between this time?
He said it was about 20 minutes. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
It was only a couple minutes that you saw.
Oh, then I misheard.
Can we send out Caleb's bird?
Yes, but if this is the Necromancer summoning or using some Necromancy spell, they will probably be able to sense my familiar.
Also, it's raining a lot.
I don't know. I don't know anyone who really wants to be out in this.
How far away is it from where we are?
About 200 feet.
It's probably like several ridges away, too. I don't want to go.
I don't really want to go either.
I'll just sit here, I guess, as well, and keep an eye on where it was, and hope we don't get attacked.
Yeah, especially with the torrential downpour.
Okay. As you guys kind of stare off in the direction, you see yet another combinations of quick flashes followed by the disc, and then the light dissipates.
That doesn't look good.
How long did it take between?
This one was about 15 minutes after the last one. So as far as you can tell, they don't appear to be occurring on a regular interval.
Arthur's still gonna like put like marks on the ground, like he's counting the minutes as best as he can, just trying to keep track of like how frequently these are happening.
That will look the same as the rest of them, just longer away.
Okay, and you guys are going to continue to wait.
We're
I mean,
literally
I'm going
waiting out a
No
storm,
one else is
watching
going out.
distant lights. Just let this necromancer raise 30 or so undead.
Pretty much, I think that's what's happening. He's just raising a whole bunch of undead, and then all of a sudden, the longer we wait,
There can't be that many bodies, right?
About another 15 minutes, you see a similar flash disc, and then the lights dissipate.
Arthur puts more lines in the sand and then a circle, marking like 15.
So for
There's-
necromancy, don't they need like a corpse of some kind or bones or something?
That is correct for most things.
How many dead things do you
There's
have?
also other spells that you can just summon
if you
creatures.
Well, yeah. You can't really summon something corporeal undead without, a body. You probably do a spirit and pull from the
Yes.
ethereal plane.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a lot of spirits if he's doing spirits.
Now, my family typically doesn't do the whole undead stuff. They're like the opposite of it, of like killing the undead. So I don't really have much information on it. So some necromancer just goes wandering out into the mountains when it starts raining to resurrect a bunch of undead bodies. Guy needs a hobby.
You know what? You know what?
I don't like that the DM is rolling right now.
You know what? I'm just gonna. You know what? And Gander's just gonna get up. I'm gonna use the shovel to hold on to the ground in places that I can. I'm gonna pull my hat down on, pull my clothes together, and be like, you know what? I'm going.
Where?
I'm going to check it out.
That's a bad idea.
You're
Later.
a bad idea.
Rude.
Later, Gander.
The high five. 5 words. Backhand. Forearm?
Fisting.
But that was an open hand. That was not a fist. Hold on, Gander. Let me get my clothes on.
Thank you.
I'm just sitting there half naked the entire time.
Yeah, Gannon would have walked 10 foot out, just gonna stop and look back at you guys, walk another 10 feet, look back.
Y'all are covered? Like, you're supposed to be the smart ones.
Nah, Felicia, you got it.
It's legit. What is it called? Guilt tripping. It's like, I'm gonna die if none of y'all come. And it's gonna be y'all's fault. Y'all didn't
How
come.
long do you think we waited? So we stopped down like 1 o'clock or so. Or is this just literally like 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes intervals of the lights showing up?
Yep, and after another 9 minutes, another couple flashes of light dissipate.
Alright, I'm dressed.
We're
Look,
packing up and
you
going.
You can use the shovel as an umbrella.
No, you can.
Yeah, you can. And Gander's just gonna try to shovel above his head. Just
That's,
See?
I can see it still getting on your head.
no, it's getting on my arms.
Mm-hmm. So I guess Gander wants to go. I can't let him not go. So either I break his leg so he can't go, or tie him up. That's the other option.
I'd prefer the other option.
It counts as consent, right?
No.
Dang.
Still entrapment.
One option, murder. The other option, restraint. Would anyone like to go with us to investigate lights? See? I'm not hearing any objections.
I object.
Well, that's one objection.
Your plan sounds rather stupid.
I know. Gander, what's your plan?
Go in the direction of the flashes until we either A, find undead, or B, find what the flashes did.
That is such a great plan, y'all.
How do you plan to execute it? Can you be more granular into this detail?
I got 2 legs, 2 eyeballs,
Well,
both
what
of
happens
which are
when you
barely
get
functional.
caught? What happens when you get caught?
When I get caught, I cast Long Strider and I run.
Can you give me a glimpse of what your face looks like when you're killed? Is it going to be, and I put the hat of disguise on as Gander's face and do like a really gnarly, like, face, or more of a, like, flattened face, broken nose with blood all over?
Ooh.
Which do you prefer?
This.
I'm gonna leave.
Or
Gander, you
you
wait.
could look like an undead.
Gander, wait. What is your plan if you find those two things?
If it is within reason killable, kill it. Right? Because that's what we do. We kill it.
Right. We have so far seen
If it's within reason.
5 different sigils going off. So it's a
If it's-
minimum of 5 undead.
He's all.
If they're just zombies. then it's just
What
zombies.
changed in Gander to cause this?
Barometric pressure?
Because not too long ago, he was scared to go outside.
He got attacked by the bird. If you
Yeah.
find out that it's a bunch of undead that we can't handle, your plan is to get away, right?
Yes.
Up a
Which
mountain.
I have multiple spells ready that will help me get away.
Running up a mountain that is slick and raining with lightning.
Yes.
13 minutes, more flashes.
6
And a
of
disc.
them. I don't believe that this is a good idea, Gander.
What it
Use your deductive reasoning here. If we go there now, Arthur's not going. Lord already said he objected.
y'all aren't talking. Y'all are having some little tiff.
Arthur's still upset, and I don't know. So
Not really a tiff, it was just more pointing the fact. Am I echoing?
sometimes
I don't know why this is happening.
Oh, there you go.
Echo.
that means you're
You know-
coming out of a speaker somewhere.
Beat
It
it.
sound, yeah, it sounds like you have multiple inputs.
Break it.
No, I really don't.
Well,
Or
no, I
you
should
have
should
your
have. I
audio
don't-
up
I
or
shouldn't.
something.
Hey, mute your roll 20. See if that's what's going
That's probably what it is. Okay. There we go.
Oh yeah,
So it was okay.
Better.
I kind of like that guy.
good call. Good call.
I like to hear you twice.
I liked it whenever you were being all stoic because it made you sound like robotic, and it was quite hilarious.
I'm never stoic.
It's not a good idea that we go, Gander. We should stay.
Yeah, Gorbeck, this is a terrible idea. Oh, shoot, I mean, Gander. Terrible idea.
That rolling makes me want, like, it just makes me want to, like, crawl up in a ball and die.
Eric,
Well,
Eric, have the flash
it's
has
not
been getting
good.
It's not a good thing at all. I just
Eric,
there's no positive.
have the flashes been getting closer?
Nope.
On the same area.
Same area, around the same time frame. If you look at Arthur's marks on the ground, there's 2 15s and a 13
And a 9.
and a 9.
Are they going down, or is it
No.
sporadic?
The 9 came second. So it was a 15 and then a 9 and then another 15 and then a 13.
All right.
So we wait until he summons a large cadre of undead to then just roam around.
Well, to be fair,
To be fair.
he has been left here for how long? So anything that he's summoning now is probably just a small addition to whatever army he has. If that gives you any peace of mind. Because one day out of how long he's been here is not going to make that much of a difference. And he only has so many spell slots.
I want to know what the spell is.
So do I. But I also want to live and see tomorrow.
We should
So-
wait, Gander.
I'm waiting it out. And I'm going to pull out my book and whatever happens, happens.
Are there
Shoot
s-
firebolts at a rock. I'm just gonna keep shooting firebolts.
How far can you send your turret?
Is there a rock that's 60 feet?
You're surrounded by rocks. So yeah.
I guess you did
That
Izal's question.
I mean,
Get you there.
like,
I'm gonna point at a rock that's 60 feet away and just be like, there.
can it go farther than that?
No.
It has to stay within a certain distance.
Yes. Or else it just falls apart.
Hmm. Can't send the bird. Although we could send the bird, it's just raining.
I could do it. I have no issue doing it. Just there's a possibility my bird will get caught. But I can also make my bird invisible. So there's that.
Ooh.
That,
I can throw a spear really far. It's about what I can do. If you want to investigate, your best bet is to do it from a safe distance, not from right up close. Especially if you're thinking it's a powerful spellcaster.
Yeah.
That's part of the combat tactics part of my school.
But yeah, I can I could use my bird, my eagle, Splish,
What names?
to investigate after I make him invisible. That way, it increases the chances of his survival. If you want me to do that. Another option is who is the stealthiest among us? Probably Volred. I can make him invisible.
old Slim Jim himself.
But that'll mean he has to get out of the dome. Or yeah.
Would a necromancer usually be able to see invisible things?
That depends on what type of magic they know. If they are a lot of individuals don't always know how to see invisible creatures, but a lot of creatures do have the ability to obtain it. A lot of wizards can. In terms of constantly being able to see them, not very likely.
How do we
But it is
know if it's a
possible.
wizard?
It doesn't have to be a wizard. It can be a sorcerer. It can be.
So I've heard of a lot of clergy that could resurrect skeletons and things.
Yeah, it can definitely be a cleric. But how about this? Spellcaster. It
Arthur
doesn't
can
have
cast
to be a
spells.
wizard. Yes. But in terms of summoning undead, it's usually either clerics, wizards, or sorcerers. I think warlocks can too, but at a limited capacity.
I heard a story about a guy who could play the violin that played it so good that the dead came up to dance with him.
You a warlock though?
He did.
Can dance with like a devil.
I think he did have a pact or something, but he was definitely some kind of entertainer.
Was it a good song?
They say it was the best song ever made.
Was it a tribute?
No, that came a few weeks later.
But did you want me to cast invisibility on Splish and have him go investigate?
Hell yeah!
It would
Okay.
be the safest option for any one of us.
Okay.
But if we're
First.
detected, we're all unsafe.
Yeah, but I'd rather be detected 200 feet away than detected 10 feet away.
You said this is about 200 feet away from us, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Splish around. Splish is out right now, right? You've summoned Splish.
Yes.
He hasn't died yet.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm going to cast invisibility on Splish. And the goal of what I'm going to have him do is I'm going to have him go in a semicircle around. So probably 500 feet in the other direction. So it's a little bit of a distance. And then go towards the lightning from the opposite direction. That way, if Splish is seen and attacked, seems like he's coming from that direction, not from this direction. And I'm going to have him investigate. And when he comes back, we will find out what he sees. Just so the DM knows what I'm doing.
Okay. How close? Like how aerial? Like how far up is he looking? Just so that way I have an idea how much detail you'll get.
I
How
would
much lightning
say,
he gets hit by.
well, yeah, that's a very good possibility as well.
Yeah.
Given the fact that I would say about between 90 and 60 feet up in the air, and when he gets closer, he'll go down he'll go closer to the 60-foot mark, but he'll start out at the 90-foot mark, so he's above general vision.
Okay. So go ahead and roll Splish's perception.
All right. Is it at disadvantage for any reason? He does have advantage, so it would be a natural roll, but I want to determine
That's a
whether or
good
not it's going
question.
to be.
Yes, because it's a heavy rain.
Okay. Let me see if I can. I'm just gonna do a D20. That would be 11.
Okay. So, you send Splish out into the storm. Takes a little bit of time as with the wind, it seems to kind of ride the wind a little bit, and then kind of move forward and then stall. So with the winds, it's kind of slow going.
Yeah.
But after about 20 minutes or so, Splish returns. Not eaten.
I'm a fan.
And just kind of looking at you.
As soon as he gets within my dome, I'm gonna drop invisibility, and then I'm gonna ask him what he saw.
Okay. Given the telepathic connection, you get images, visions of a clearing surrounded by tributaries, floodwaters that are going around it, some felled trees, with a collection of humanoids, two of which appear to be some kind of casters wearing robes. Not too much detail, but among the humanoids, you see most of them seem to be wearing some kind of armor, and one of them definitely appears to be a skeleton.
All right, so there's 2 spellcasters and then a bunch of humanoids with armor and 1 skeleton.
Mhm.
Was he? I didn't specify this. Was he? Did he happen to be there while the blue lightning was there?
No.
Because I should have had him wait for that, but I didn't because I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
So I will relay that information to everybody. What are you guys thinking? Because, yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's 2 casters, just like half a dozen zombies, then I mean, the only thing that's causing an issue is the rain,
What?
right?
Causing us issues? No, it's the fact that they are in the middle of a summoning, and yeah, that's going to be a frustrating part, dealing with them. I would rather sneak up on them and when they're not preparing something. How long has it been since the last blue lightning? Because you said he was gone for like 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Yeah. It's been
But-
a little over half an hour.
Okay, so this is the longest it's been, so they're probably done now.
Well, what you could see from Splish is it looks like a couple of the humanoids in the armor appear to be digging. So
Looking for more bodies.
Do you think those bodies are buried there, or they were like flushed down there because of the water and just kind of deposited the bodies?
More than likely they were buried there long ago.
It's a weird place to just have a bunch of bodies.
yeah,
It depends on
Caleb,
whether or
if
not
you
this-
want, you can roll a history check.
Let's
Who
do
wants to
this.
guess? Was there a war in these mountains?
That's what I was about to
An
say. There's probably
elvish
a war.
ruin?
Did the zombies look elvish? 17.
Are you able to add your
Uh,
Rachel?
No, that's just Arcana checks.
Oh, right, because I think it's a choice and you chose Arcana.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Yeah, guided by magic. Okay, so you vaguely recall there potentially being battles fought here during the War of Independence back in the Third Age. Basically, before that time, Athoria was a penal colony of Ashgar, and following that War of Independence, it became a sovereign nation. So there are all throughout the islands of the archipelagos, mass graves from soldiers and such that fought during that war.
Then yeah, what I'll continue saying is this, I believe, is a spot that a war was fought. So there's probably plenty of bodies for them to dig up. They could probably do this every day for months and still keep doing it.
This doesn't seem like a good thing.
No. It's good that we found it.
Does mean it'll hopefully leave
But-
tracks.
Well, that depends on if they leave when it's raining still.
Can't you send your Ken Splish to just kind of follow him?
I could definitely do that. They didn't seem of the ability to sense where Splish was when he was invisible. I won't be able to do that constantly, but I can definitely have him stay a safe distance in the air. One of the many faults is not many people look up when they're looking for stuff. So it's very likely that he won't be seen.
I mean, I look up all the time, so I'm short.
Yes, but do you think, hey, that bird, is it following me?
Sometimes, but a lot of times it's a vulture.
Well, they're actually following you for a reason then.
Gander. I mean, no.
Death follows you. That's why.
They know I'm going to leave them fresh bodies.
That's what there's learn necromancy.
I was about to learn it. I was talking with he's all about it, whether or not I was gonna learn necromancy spells.
Well, I guess we're just waiting and hope they don't decide to climb up the mountain and attack us for some reason, despite them not knowing where we are.
Yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna wait out the storm.
Well, the storm is going to proceed through the evening. So are you guys basically just going to hunker down until the next day?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Right before we go to sleep, I will cast Druidcraft one more time. Just to kind of see the next 24 hours. I know it's supposed to, the thunder is supposed to recede towards the morning hours, but no, the thunder is supposed to recede during morning hours, but I don't know what the rest of the storm is supposed to do.
So the lightning, like in the early AM, is supposed to recede. The rain is supposed to lighten up a little bit. Still heavy rain, but not a storm per se. And that'll proceed until the late morning, and then the rest of most of the rest of the day, it looks to just be very light rain.
Okay, cool.
Can we? Oh, what is making all this rain?
Magic?
It's the
Weather?
Moisture in the
water,
clouds
the water cycle.
caused
Yes,
by
I
barometric pressure.
I understand the science.
Forward is a
I
meteorologist.
understand it.
Yeah, too close
In-
to the equator to get snow most of the winter.
The snow is up in the mountains,
Yeah.
or when the vortex decides to pump out ice.
Or no.
Yes. Yeah.
I will say the vortex kind of messes with weather patterns, so
I say we get on a boat and we go to the mainland.
Back to Ashgar.
have our adventures in Ashgar.
All right, guys, that's the end of the campaign.
This next week for Adventures in Ashgar.
Dude, I mean, with how much water is coming in here,
Yeah.
we could get on
Boat
a
sinks,
boat.
everyone dies.
We could get on a boat in here and sail somewhere. All this freaking rain.
I'm still surprised the boat we were on stayed in shape whenever it got frozen. Because,
It was flash frozen.
yeah, but
Oh.
ice expands, which would have crushed the ship.
It expanded and lifted the boat up.
Well-built boat.
Well, also the wood on the exterior of the boats are generally sealed to prevent it from absorbing too much water.
No, talking about pressure from the ice, like
The ice on both
pinching
sides,
the ship.
expanding, pushing it together, it would have, like,
Unless it expanded upwards.
which we would have just been.
Whee.
Magic, guys. Magic.
That's what.
Freeze from the bottom up, slowly displace the ship until like it comes up and just.
We just hit an iceberg and drown.
At any rate, so as you guys are sitting through the evening, keeping an eye out, you spot throughout the evening
37 more flashes.
6 more times
Oh.
where
These dudes took their
the-
short rest.
Yeah, the flashes go through.
Meteor swarm.
Before the late evening, the lights somewhat cease, and you go for more than an hour without seeing any of them.
Good Lord. On this plane.
Still doesn't solve if they're wizards, though, because, like, I know that clergy can take some small rest and regain a bit abilities to cast spells. I know those warlocks can. Wizards kinda can, can't you? You took a mental breather once.
Yeah, I do it all the time. You're able to gain back some of the energy you spent by casting spells through a short rest.
Like a sort of like recycling.
Some kind of recovery of the arcane nature.
Yeah, I don't get that. I just got the gas in the tank and that's it.
Nah. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I leave the dome.
Okay.
Come back soaking wet. It's like,
Have
You
a
want
good
me to fix
bathroom.
that?
Toilet.
You want me to fix that for you?
yes, please.
Prestidigitation, water outside the dome.
Okay.
I would say don't go there, but I mean, it's dark now, and that rushing water took care of it.
I'm so glad the water can't get through the dome.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? We have dry ground now.
The fire
And a
though?
fire. Thank you, Arthur.
Yeah.
If the fire is getting low, I'll add a couple torches to the mix.
You don't have to. Just. Oh, actually, let me check.
Yeah, you might not have that spell prepared.
Well, I have create bonfire.
I mean, that'll work. But you have to concentrate on it the entire time.
Yeah, but what else am I going to concentrate on?
The dome.
Nope.
You know, I'm a fiddle faddle with something I've been thinking about in my bag.
No. Last time you fiddle faddled, you blew up.
No, it
Don't-
doesn't use any chemicals.
You do your
sure about that?
fiddletonness outside of the dome.
It's wet and raining still.
Now use
Don't-
your shovel.
No, I'm just making goggles. That's all I'm making. That's all
No, I'm
making.
not. I'm not casting bonfire because it lasts for 1 minute. So no.
That's create bonfire.
Yes.
I think it's
Create
meant to like
bonfire.
set things on fire,
Yeah.
which that's the issue. Like we have fire, just need something to continuously be on fire.
Yeah.
Which you could do if you just cast it every
Yeah.
minute. But that's a
But
pain in
not
the
while I'm
butt.
sleeping.
So we go cold. This is a pretty good camping spot. We got like cooked meat, fire, dry ground now.
Yeah. You got any more of that?
I have
ADAC?
so much. I haven't even gotten into the bag of colding. This is just the stuff I had wrapped up for regular
The
use.
bag of gold. God, I hate.
It's jealous that I've got this cool bag.
I hate it.
Literally,
know?
cool bag. Got so much meat right now.
Can I have some ADAC?
Um,
It is getting. It is either almost dinner time, is dinner time, or is past dinner time, and I'm very hungry.
I have been eating like all day. Like we've been doing nothing but sitting
That's
there.
gonna
I don't
go
want to eat.
straight to
Fucking
places you don't
say it,
want.
I will kick you off this cliff.
I've been studying
Your
spells
ass.
of the third level variety in the other spell book.
Been talking to yourself lately?
Nope.
Oh, forget talking to the dang book the whole time. Just
No. Do you want to talk to the book?
No, I don't. I don't want to talk to whoever the hell is in
Are
the
you
book.
sure? Are you
Yes,
sure? Because you
I'm.
can.
I'm 100% do not want to talk to the book.
Can we talk to the book? Is that an option?
Yeah, let these
Yeah.
all talk to the book.
Alright. Okay. That is it like a possession thing?
No.
I don't want to be possessed. I have a big thing against that.
No.
It's a
And
trick.
I'm gonna ask him, do you want to talk to Izal?
Yeah, that little voice kind of creeps in to your mind, Caleb. You do realize, Caleb, that I am generally aware of your surroundings, and it's considered extremely rude to talk about me while I am present.
Well, just make yourself present then.
Did you say
We've
that out
been
loud, or
working
you
on it.
said it in your head?
You know, this is more than likely going to end up the same way it did with the goblin.
We had like
There's
one
not a
side
toilet here.
conversation. Toilet's outside.
Is this happening in his head? Like, is he having?
Yes,
it's
okay,
happening.
okay, I'm like,
It's in my head.
okay.
Don't
He's
like,
got
there's
that
not a
look on
toilet.
his face, like
We have been working on
Yes.
manifesting you.
And yes, and then the voice just goes, fine, I will speak to your compatriots. And then you guys watch as like the text on the book kind of slowly shifts and then comes off the book like mist and then moves over to the side and
Wait,
slowly
When you say it comes off the book like mist, would you say this is like a foggish kind of mist?
yeah, I was thinking more like
Are you about the gust of wind this thing?
No, I was
Voldemort
about to destroy water.
from Harry Potter. No, but it's like this mist that just kind of comes through and rapidly moves over next to Calum and solidifies into a humanoid form. And then you watch as it settles and this elegantly robed elven figure sits before you with these verdant green eyes and this kind of long, like platinum blonde hair spilling past the shoulders. He wears jewelry in both ears, and there are some sort of arcane tattoos that you guys can just kind of barely see visible on the neck. As he steeples his fingers, you can see a bit more jewelry adorning him, and his eyes just kind of flit over. And you guys hear what?
I'm going to stay in his head before he says anything.
Okay.
At least you can't get hit.
Man who lived, come to die. Very
That's-
dead.
Can he?
Yeah. And then the figure kind of looks at all of you and says, "Hello, I'm the voice in Caleb's head. You can call me Melor."
Hey, Mello.
Melor.
Maylor.
Don't do that. Even in this form, I am capable of casting spells.
So he's not batshit crazy.
Oh, Caleb is quite crazy. As someone who's been in his head, I can certify that. But
Yeah.
that craziness does not come from me, nor the book.
Proof that you've been in his head.
Brahma.
What's his favorite color?
We don't know his favorite color.
Shut up,
Our
Captain.
relationship is more of a professional one.
What's his favorite type of font?
Well, that's quite interesting. Caleb is more a fan of sans serif, 12 to 14 point, Arial in some cases.
I like to use 16 size Comic Sans.
That's why no one likes you, Gander.
You see, like, Caleb's
I love a
eyes
good
twitch.
papyrus.
Yes.
Arthur, after like a long time of not talking, just goes, "The fuck?" You know what?
Those are your first words of the day?
I've seen gods,
good
I've
choice.
seen deities. This is not the worst. This is not the worst. And Arthur just kind of like turns back and just like sits back again and kind of folds his arm.
Ooh. You know, I didn't think that there'd actually be a physical manifestation of it. I was just gonna like talk at your book. So I was not prepared for this.
Yeah, I was just thinking you were gonna like telepathy talk to Izal.
This is something that
Gander.
working on.
Maylor kind of glances over to you, and without moving his lips, a voice enters your head and say, "Oh, I am capable of that little trick as well."
Is this what you actually look like, or is this the best version that you like to see yourself as?
Well, this is, at least as I recall myself looking before my untimely accident.
Yeah, you don't want to manifest as a crushed body.
Yes, that is true.
You died in the tower that we went into? Well, it wasn't even a tower at that point. It was like a small hovel.
Well, it was once a tower.
How'd you get in the book?
That was an unfortunate instance wherein I was attempting some magic to spirit myself away or provide resilience to the area, to lock down my personal belongings. It did not go as planned. But then again, that magic was beyond my skill at the level, and so accidents do happen.
So what's your evil master plan?
Well, after I kill all of you in your sleep, I was thinking about regaining my body and perhaps taking over the Lyceum Arcana.
So we burn the book, right, Arthur? We burn the book.
Yeah, he trying to fight. Like he trying to fight.
Bugbear's
sounds
bigger
more-
than him have tried.
Yeah,
At least
Bullred,
this-
you're very high passive insight. He's joking.
Yeah. This is quite more interesting than the morning we've had. I look forward to anything more interesting.
Yes, well, thankfully, as part of our arrangement, you can expect some assistance from me in the future. As it stands, I have been spending some time jotting down some of my arcane knowledge for Master Caleb here to review. It seems that there are at least a few spells from back in the day I feel as though I could share to your benefit.
Do you share like a mind kind of thing with Caleb as well?
No, my sentience lies firmly within the book. But so
if-
long as we are in physical, up until recently, it required physical contact for me to speak telepathically.
So if he thought really hard about what Splish showed him in his mind through telepathy, could you look at what he sees in his mind and then figure out what spell is being cast?
Yes,
If I showed it to him, yes.
yes.
So you basically have an Alexa in your head all the time, and you just didn't think to use it?
Alexa.
Oh, that's what my mom used to call the little thing that she would talk to, and it would just give her an answer.
Your servant's name was Alexa as well? That's quite funny.
I knew this girl at a library named Alexa.
We didn't have a
Oh,
servant.
fuck.
Servant.
I didn't have a servant either.
Well, no. I did not have a servant, Alexa, or anything. I once had an apprentice named Siri, but she was a bitch.
About to leave this call
Useless.
right now.
Utterly useless.
Hello,
But
Immediately. I'm so done.
So what spell was it that the purple flashes were? What was that?
I don't know. He hasn't shared it with me yet.
I will share the mental image and project it into his mind.
And he kind of sits there for a moment. It's hard to say. Definitely necromancy. It's, It's a form of spell that is capable of creating undead. The specific undead created is largely dependent on the relative strength of the creature that is being resurrected.
Neat.
And just so you know, he provides light and 10-foot radius, and he
Jesus.
Yeah, he
lasts
got that
until
glow up.
dispelled. He lasts until he's dispelled. Until he's gone. There's no time limit.
What if I try to poke him? I'm gonna go there and try to poke him.
I am incorporeal, so your finger just kind of passes through.
Can you like touch things though?
And he goes and tries and touches you. Finger passes right through you.
Yeah, that's rude. I can understand.
Yes, my abilities in this form are entirely magical.
How
Yes,
how
mage.
old
Yeah.
ago were you? How long ago when you died? Or sealed away
Well,
in a
from
book?
what Caleb has told me, it seems just over 300 years.
It's not very long.
No, for an elf, it's a mere part of my life. I
Well,
would
like
likely still be alive, but
Like a nap. It's like a nap.
well, 3 centuries is a healthy chunk of my overall lifespan. But yes, hopefully I will find some way to be reincarnated, or some other method for a new body to be forged. Hard to say, there really isn't anything left of my old one.
So
Why
are
don't you
you
just
like
make-
a soul right now?
Yes, basically.
So when you kill us in our sleep, which one do you go through first?
Well, that's hard to say. It would likely be you, Izong. You are by far the most threatening.
That's all I wanted to hear.
Volred is somewhat non-committal. Gander is generally afraid of anything. Calem's relatively weak. And Arthur, well, I don't know. It really depends on the day.
He says he can punch ghosts now.
Not try it?
I want to see what happens.
You can certainly try. It won't hurt me, though.
If we just built an automaton.
A robot?
Yeah.
And do what with it?
Put him in it.
Well, that is.
I mean, that's the solution, right? Like, either
it would
in
be
an automaton, or you take someone's body who's dead, and the body keeps rotting.
Yes. However, the book that Master Caleb possesses has a number of enchantments on it that grant it longevity that an automaton would not possess. In truth, I am far more resilient as bound pages than I would be in one of the Warforged.
Use a book
Probably
as a
throw
cord?
this in the fire and not do anything.
What if I hit it with a sword?
What if we yelled at it?
If we get it a bad Yelp review, it'll destroy you socially, so you have no power.
Well, I don't think he's had a social life in a while.
So
So
it's already gone then.
I know. Just about the only person I've ever spoken to since my reawakening is Master Caleb. Other than that,
let's not bring that up,
Goblin.
because that was a whole.
Goblin.
I'm sorry about that.
You talked to Gorbeck?
Or Gorbeck.
Not as if the Goblin gave Master Caleb much choice.
Yeah, that was
Sounds accurate.
There's no words.
It was really weird. I'd rather not experience that again.
So is there like a timetable you're looking to get back into, like a body, or are you like really happy as the book form?
Well, naturally, I'd like to have my body back as soon as possible. But no, I wouldn't say that I have a timetable with which that I must complete this.
Technically, since you're in the book, you could last another 200, 300 years and it not really be an issue.
Well, since he doesn't have a body, he could
No
theoretically
issue.
be in the book forever.
Is
and
it
not
like
age.
Book dry out.
No,
No. The magics that fortified the book prevent such a thing. However, a weapon of sufficient power could theoretically destroy it. Not the sort of thing any of you have in your possession.
Kayla,
yes.
you were talking about that one thing that dispel. Can that work on the book?
It could work on this manifestation, but not on the book.
So is this book kind of cursed? Is that what it is? Why does dispel not work on this?
It has to do with the magical enchantments protecting it. I'm assuming that he has probably put enough protections on it. You would probably need a spell called Wish to do anything to it.
what was the one?
To give a more academic answer, the
Oh,
spell...
don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not gonna understand it. It's not gonna matter.
Right,
I don't like
of
to talk
course.
to people.
Caleb did tell me about the whole geometry issue.
Oh, that's not my
Anni-
issue. That's Gander's issue. I just don't like listening to it like 5 times.
Annihilation? No, that's not the spell.
heard of a
So
sword
we got the
called
book.
Durendil that could cut through anything.
If we throw the book into the water plane,
Yes, assuming such an item even
Then I
exists.
think he'd be trapped on the water plane, Arthur.
okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure that I'm still understanding that. Okay, cool.
This is an interesting conversation.
I'm just trying to figure out what our backup plan is in case Caleb gets possessed by this book.
Kill Caleb?
I mean, we would probably have to. I mean, yeah. I
Well,
guess.
why don't you just use Mage Hand to move the book?
Because nobody can cast Mage Hand but me.
I thought he could cast. He's a wizard. He should be able to cast Mage Hand. Can you cast Mage Hand?
Me?
Yeah.
Not unless Master Calum allows me to.
Wait, so you can't cast spells unless he allows you to cast a spell?
When I stated that I was capable of casting spells, I mean that I can be a medium through which Master Calum's magic can manifest.
So you can't cast spells. Caleb has to cast the spells through you.
Yes.
Good. That's what I need to know. Caleb, if that changes, you let me know.
It's like guns don't kill people.
If that changes, yes, I will let you know.
So
People kill people with guns. So like,
Caleb casts the book spells.
I think
How
that's
does this
what
work?
Caleb was saying. I think that's what Caleb was saying. I don't understand these rings and circles things still.
Like Maylor can do a spell, but Caleb's got to be like, yeah, and then it kind of goes through Caleb.
yeah, I guess he's got to agree.
No. It can go through me into Maylor, and then he can cast a spell from his point. So if Maylor were to go 100 feet away, he could cast a spell 100 feet in that direction from that
From
point.
the book.
Yes.
Indeed. I also can help Master Calum fudge with the spell patterns a little bit to sort of adapt some spells on the fly.
Wait, so you can change spells?
Oh, I am a practiced archmagus.
But you are a book.
Presently,
Negro.
yes, I am a book. However, I do possess knowledge that I can give to Master Calum in such times as is required.
Like you can turn a pin into a pine. The
I
silent.
think it's more
E.
so like fire to ice,
Yes,
or
Nice.
ice to
precisely,
acid.
Master Gander. I would go into more detail, but that unfortunately does require a bit of understanding of arcane geometry.
How
So,
far can you see?
well, in this particular form, I retain my normal sight. I can see just as far as either of you, and I retain my natural elven ability to see more easily in the dark. When I am in the book, I am only capable of seeing through snapshots or clips of the minds of anyone I happen to be currently telepathically connected with. That is to say, directly I see and hear nothing.
If
Hey, you-
Caleb falls asleep, do you have to fall asleep too?
Unfortunately, yes.
So you two can do watch together. And then Caleb won't be blind.
I can now.
I suppose that is true. Yes.
All right, the party of 6 has returned.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Process of elimination.
So this book thing is starting to freak me out a little bit. How long do you keep this for?
So long as Master Calum wishes to allow me this form.
Oh, okay.
Can he
So-
change?
But don't worry.
Can he change your
If-
form?
Into a dog.
Yes.
Caleb, give him a mohawk.
Oh. No. When I said the form can be changed, I mean I could change my form.
Mullet.
I
Oh,
do
for the
retain
moment.
some
Please.
independence
Please.
in that regard.
I do have the
Please, can we
ability-
give you a mullet? Please.
I do have the ability to do it, but I also
Respect
need
his
him. I also need his help because he also helps me learn spells.
Which is why I'm asking
Indeed.
you directly.
And I
Please,
would
can we give
also
you a
say that manifesting a full corporeal form like this does take a bit of effort. And so, if I am ever summoned in case of emergency, more than likely my form will be slightly different.
So you're a parasite.
Well, not exactly.
No,
I mean,
no, he's
you
not.
could say Caleb and I are part of a symbiotic relationship.
That's a little too big.
But
of a word.
you
So
need
basically,
Caleb.
Yeah,
100%.
you're like the whale.
True.
In
But
the-
I also provide Master Caleb benefits that he would not possess otherwise.
Yeah, so you're like the whales, and then those little things that just kind of cling on the side of the whales while they're swimming, and
A
they kind of
lamprey.
No.
No, lampreys take bites out of things. I think
Yeah,
you're
they
talking
like
about
they eat them. I'm talking about the
like
little
the suckerfish.
Pilot
Yeah,
fish?
them things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
suckerfish.
Like the suckerfish things keep the
Like
whale.
they clean the dirt off of them.
Yeah, but they also they're just kind of like a parasite. They use the whale to get around and move and do all this other stuff, but they do
Oh, no,
help the whale.
that's not.
That's a lamprey.
The whale, if it sucks onto the whale and then the whale moves.
But it's not hurting the whale.
I'm not saying
That's
it's
that's
hurting the whale.
parasiting. It's
Oh.
parasiting.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, parasiting is
That's-
like a leech. A leech is a parasite.
Oh, okay. So we don't know if this thing is a parasite yet because we still have to wait until it gets more of its power before we start realizing that Caleb is going to get.
Yeah, that's what the symbiotic is.
Oh, okay.
Like,
you're
they
a
help each
pre-parasite.
other.
Is
So
it
you're a
symbiote?
pre-parasite.
No.
Like evolving into a parasite. Is that what
No.
that is?
No, it's they help each other. Like birds on cows. Birds on cows is symbiotic. The
Charlie
birds
cow?
eat the flies.
The last cow I talked to did not like birds.
Big, very anti-bird.
Very anti-bird. Very anti-bird.
I'm going to say to Maylor telepathically, are you sure you don't want to talk to Gorback again?
And he'll kind of respond. And yeah, it's kind of funny because you watch just like both Malor and Caleb, like their expressions go just a little slack and silent for a second. And Malor goes, "The goblin has a good heart, but he is touched by some darkness, and honestly, he has personal space issues.
Oh, yeah.
So, I'm not saying I refuse to talk to him, but perhaps next time he should ask."
Yeah, and he's kind of gone, so that's never going to happen again.
Hey, Maylord.
And the eyes just kind of flutter. "Yes, Lady Izal."
You're quiet for a while. You were around 300 years ago?
That is in my current
How
predicament.
old
yes.
were you when you got booked?
465 specifically.
You hear Arthur just go, "Oh shit," and then run to the edge of the dome and like whistle real quick. Where he's trying to, he's like, I don't know which one he responds to.
Are you trying to find the dog?
You see Periwinkle.
I thought, no, you
Why
said-
isn't
no,
Periwinkle in with us?
No, Periwinkle went back with the horses because.
Oh,
he
okay.
didn't
I
wanna
was about
climb.
to.
He's like, "Just climb and fuck that."
That could have been really bad.
Hashtag worst druid ever.
literally. Okay, good. I'm glad.
He hears
So,
was like,
did Arthur still do it, though?
Yeah, I would still do it.
Periwinkle's not here.
They're back. by the village probably by now.
Yeah, we sent it back. We sent it back with Meg. I've forgotten Periwinkle a couple of times at this point.
You forgot him just now.
Well, he's not my dog. He's freaking Gorbek's dog.
I told you I would take care of him.
Who?
I told you I would take care of him.
Well, I sent Periwinkle back. I just forgot that I sent Periwinkle back.
Well, no, like in general.
Just forgetful.
You keep on saying that it's not your dog, and you
It's
don't
not
really.
my dog.
Do you want the dog?
It's Gorbek's dog. I'm just holding on to the dog until Gorbek gets back.
Not very well.
He's not coming back.
Listen. Okay. You're right. I'm not taking care of it very well. But I feed the dog, and it's alive. To my assumption. I think it's alive. We didn't make. I don't even know if Meg and all of them made it back to the town. We just kind of let them go. With Murder, and honestly, I feel like the way that they were talking, Murder might get annoyed by some of the other horses and just
Someone's missing a horse.
So yeah, I don't know if they're gonna make it back. But anyway, thank you for reminding me that Periwinkle went back with them. And I'm gonna go back. I'll use shape water and move all the water off of my body. And okay, I'm gonna get that.
Stretch. Do you hear any stories about things that when the because no, at Ashgar there was all that whole king usurper thing. Did you hear any stories about that while you were alive?
Baylor thinks for a moment. Well, yes, I was. Well, obviously, I was in my predicament during the time of the Civil War, but Master Calum has given me some information about generally what has transpired, but it doesn't exactly surprise me. Ashgar has been generally an unstable place ever since they lost Athoria. It is a country that has largely only been able to maintain its status by constant warfare and plunder of its neighbors. It would likely have fractured and fallen inward regardless, if given enough time.
I don't have any other type of questions. Other than, like, are you evil? But we're pretty much not going to get a yes answer from that one.
Well, good and evil are
subjective.
Indeed. What you, as a dwarf in your culture, may see as evil might be perfectly acceptable to elves. I think it would be better to explain, perhaps, my ethos. I am a practitioner of magic. My particular proclivities are to the stars and other forms of higher magics that are not currently known, and I enjoy the studying of such magics. The ultimate energy that creates everything is neither good nor evil. It is neutral. It is all about utilitarian pursuits. I suppose you could say I fall more within that regard. Now, does that mean that I take entertainment from the suffering and harm of others? No, I do not. Does that mean that I am willing to disadvantage someone I consider a rival for my personal gain? Yes, I absolutely would. Would I betray someone? Well, I suppose that depends on whether or not the individual would betray me, and perhaps whether or not the betrayal is really worth what I would be giving up. For example, in this particular moment, there is no purpose for me to betray Master Calum. I only maintain this position this and my abilities through his good graces. If Master Caleb were to perish in a remote section of this mountain, well, then I might be asleep again for a very, very long time before someone else finds me. That is not to my advantage.
Yes.
I stopped listening after he said nativity. What does that mean?
I don't even know what context he was using it in because I wasn't paying attention either.
Fucking nerds.
He started. I think he said proclivity, and I was like,
What's
Yeah,
the
Caleb's used to this. Like, Maylor's just sitting here talking, and
The
Caleb's
third
flipping through books.
age. Man was foolish again. Fuck you,
So-
Maylor.
To be fair, man is always foolish.
So, Caleb, you taking first watch
I can.
with your nerd buddy?
Yeah.
Your new best
Part
friend.
of the book club.
Well, now I get to read while he keeps watch. Life goals.
Maylor just kind of looks at you. Well, I suppose since I actually have sight now, it might be nice to take in a bit of the countryside.
Yeah.
How far can
And you
go?
can up to 300 feet away from me.
Damn. Can you teach Gander how to put that on a cannon?
That would be nice.
Who's got second watch then?
We'll do it just so I can have a nap.
I will do it as well.
Okay. With that, Maylor just kind of stands up and just kind of walks out of the dome, and is just kind of standing there at the end, taking a bit of a look.
Caleb, can he turn that glow off?
It's the book that glow. I guess he
No,
does
it's-
glow, doesn't he?
He does, but let me see if
Can
there's
he
a.
turn that off? Because that's like
That is
literally a target.
that is a good question.
Beacon in the mountains, just floating around.
Let me look at it.
looks like a ghost, and I feel like that wouldn't be too far out of reach here.
I feel like it would really attract the necromancers. Can we use them as bait? Like regular bait, not like lambs to the slaughter. He can't be hurt. Emotionally, he could probably be hurt though.
He doesn't have any emotions left.
He is an elf.
I heard that, Master Caleb.
Ooh.
Am I wrong?
You are indeed wrong. You know, at the very least, frustration and anger are two emotions I possess.
Ooh.
Fair.
Don't like it when I see
Both
a
of
couple
which
fight.
were at Gorbeck.
Well, and you, for the sort of casual dismissal you have of my knowledge. For someone who seeks my aid in some of your private endeavors,
Is this one of those times where you can close the book?
I could, yes. And when have I ever actually dismissed your knowledge?
well, you don't always take my advice. That is true.
Yes, but I do take it into consideration. And anytime you do offer your assistance, I am very appreciative and I use your assistance. I do not let your talents go to waste.
Well. Very well.
And you cannot turn off the dim light in the 10-foot radius. It says the spectral mind is intangible and doesn't occupy the actual space, so he could occupy the same space as I am at. And it sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius.
At least it's dim light.
Yeah.
But it's still like a light. It's wandering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Night.
And that
Hey!
would generally mean like you're not gonna necessarily see it for a really long distance, but if they got close enough to you, they probably could see it.
I mean, we have a campfire going. too.
Can't he technically make it all the way to where the necromancers were?
Yes, further.
Oh, he can go look and see what's going
You
on.
go hang out and insult them.
Technically, yes, he could. But he would get dispelled. If they have the
But it
spell
wouldn't do
prepared.
anything because they have to dispel the book. He resides in the book, though, right?
Well, he would not be destroyed, but the actual physical manifestation that he has would actually be gone.
So then he would just come back, and then you would just have to resummon him, though. Is that
Yes.
what I'm hearing? Oh,
Yes, tomorrow.
it sounds like a win-win.
But yes, if you want to go out exploring, you can, but be prepared. There are spellcasters over there. And as long as you're inside the bubble, nothing can happen.
Oh, I'm going to bed. Oh, hold on. Then go back outside. Then come back like 5 minutes later. We were waiting around for a while to go to the bathroom again.
Bad.
Kayla, I'm on the whole way again.
Rest the digitation.
Thank
Move
you.
the water outside.
Move over again there.
Good night. Well,
Yeah.
whatever. You don't sleep, and then get your trance thing. Hi, bye, guys. Or he's just gonna-
All right. So, let's see here. That was Calum and Maelor having first watch. And then Gander and Izal for second. And that leaves Art and Volred for third watch. Right?
Those are
Okay.
facts.
So,
Yeah.
Calum, I assume because you do not have the dark vision that Maelor is going to be making the roll.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Maelor
Considering the
seems
roll
somewhat.
was pathetic.
Yes.
That's a solid.
You can generally see as you're kind of going through, like flipping through the book, not even really paying attention. At some points, you can kind of look over and Maelor's just kind of like staring into the fire, or sometimes he's just kind of looking around. You can tell he's generally bored. And even though you have to continually like remind him he's supposed to be on watch, he just kind of gives you a little side eye. And then just kind of, peers out. But your watch passes without issue. Gander and Izal, which one of you wants to make the perception roll?
Gander's not available to
Let's
see.
go.
Oh, right.
I cancer.
Cancer?
Oh, whip
Who's
out.
got cancer?
I'll whip out these handy dandy ghoulies I made. I
Googles.
will strap them over mine because that's how I made them to fit.
I don't see how keeping water at your eyes is going to help you see it, darkness.
And I move some levers on the side, and they very dimly glow. And I have dark vision up to 60 feet. Goggles of night.
Okay. Would you like to take the chance then?
Oh, let's see. What do you got on perception?
You're making the roll, Gander. You made a whole point of it.
Go ahead, Gander.
Hey!
Show off them.
Natural
21.
20.
I will tell
Yeah.
you, I do have a higher bonus than you, but
Let's see what
That's
you would have
still-
rolled.
I roll hot
That's-
garbage, so why would we even bother?
I
Because we're
rolled a
curious.
natural 20.
to see what I would
Ew.
just to fucking show you. That's adorable.
Yeah, that's kind of a thing where like it's like, oh, you can't. Gander's always like, hey, what do you see out there at that tree line? And Gander's like, a pine cone. You're like, oh, okay. Well, I guess he can see in the dark now. But yes, your watch goes by without issue, other than Gander's usual kind of annoying complaining.
Are they water resistant? Splash water on your face.
Yes. I used some gun oil.
Art
make
and
the leather-
Volred.
Takes them off and there's just
Yes.
raccoon rings on his eye.
Since Art does not have dark vision, I assume you're going to be making the perception roll.
I can't see what it did.
11.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, you and Art kind of sit through the wee hours of the morning, just kind of watching as the sky is slowly starting to lighten in color. At this point, the rain has kind of dulled down a little bit, so that it's not nearly so heavy, but it's still a rain, and you just eagerly, I guess, await Arthur's premonition of much lighter drizzle as the day goes on. But yeah, you guys were able to complete your long rest, but we're going to go ahead and take a break right now, and then come back on the 50th day of Frostwood.
Ooh. Let's go break down.
just don't ask any questions about what I did to Gander's body, and then we'll all just continue on.
He looks rather animated.
Well, yeah, we just kind of have to prop him up just a little bit. Don't worry. I mean, we'll find someone else.
It's a cardboard cutout of Gander.
You know we're live again, right?
You're supposed to give me a countdown.
I said 10 seconds.
Yeah, but like 10 seconds.
Most people have a fair judgment of how much time passes.
Yeah, but like, do you mean like 10 seconds and then you're switching? Or do you mean like we'll be live in 10 seconds? Because I thought like we'll be live.
That's
or
10
like
seconds,
we'll be
and
switching
then I'll
in 10
remind you
seconds.
again later in a couple days when we finally go live. No, we're live.
Yeah, so chapter 41, guys. No. All right. All right, guys. Welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons after our little braca. And we will see how much trouble these guys get into. Okay, so
13 more undead were raised.
13 more. 42. All right. So, you guys awake. That stuff going on right here.
One of us is an imposter. Is that what you're telling us?
One of these things just doesn't belong.
I'm going to guess it's the ghost.
Oh, that is so rude. That is corporeal prejudice right there.
That's a big word. And I'm talking about me as Rap, not even Volred.
Corporeal. Incorporeal is
Anyway,
bigger.
so you guys awake the following morning on the 50th day of Frostwolf to a fair bit of moderate rain coming down. The wind has largely subsided, and the temperature has raised a little bit up into the upper 40s now that you guys are in the valley. And your respective watches went by without a hitch this past evening. So, the day's yours.
The Druidcraft.
Does it get any better?
Yeah,
We live here
does
now.
the rain subside? I'm okay with the rain, to be honest, but it's the lightning storms, the blizzards, the random stuff that just randomly pops up. So
Fire
I need to make
tornado.
sure. God, please.
If we follow the fire tornado, it'll dry up all the ground, and we just follow that.
Sorry to say, Art, as you glance through, you see the moderate rain that you're familiar with that will slowly turn into a drizzle and yet be reignited in the afternoon and evening with more thunderstorms.
Let's move during the day.
temperature, and the temperature should remain in the 40s.
Well, Alex, that's it. So it's going to continue to rain, and then we're going to see another thunderstorm later tonight, guys. So just be ready for that.
Guess we should travel while it's at least daytime then.
We're going back, right? We're not trying to fight those things, right?
We're supposed to try to find where they're located at. We're assuming that
We found where they dig up graves, but we haven't found where they're actually located at.
Oh.
The purpose of this was to go and find the ruin that the Necromancer is in. We don't have to stay and fight anything. We just need to find where it is, right?
none of
Cool,
us tried to
just-
spell that character's name, by the way.
Which character?
Maylor.
Oh no, I did. I didn't put in the chat, but I spelled it Maylhor, which is
Incorrect.
I did try to spell it. It was Maylor.
physically
but
written.
Really close though.
Yeah.
So yeah, we still need to find the ruin. Red.
Gotcha. disassociated for a minute before we went to bed, so just wanted to make sure we're
He was chatting with Maylor.
chatting.
How does one elf?
Yeah, Roll like, so Maylor, that whole world domination plan you have, I want in.
Right.
I like the Cuddy and Jim.
Yeah, and you remember that 2 truths, 1 lie? See?
Nope.
Then you guys should go back and rewatch it, Jason with Jace.
There's so many details I'm trying to keep up here.
Are you taking notes? How unprofessional.
I am now.
Oh,
Yeah.
world domination? Yes, he is.
So we should probably go because it's gonna start raining again. Well, it's raining now, but it's gonna start thunderstorming again later afternoon. So if we don't start moving now, we're gonna get stuck in it later.
All right. Should we head to where they were resurrecting? They bring in those bodies out of the ground and see if we can find any tracks.
Yes. That is an excellent idea.
So, like, are we gonna roll up to a ruin where there's possibly a lot of dead people?
Well, they're not dead anymore. Undead. Reverse dead.
Reverse killing?
Realived.
Reversed unalived?
Is
Oh, yeah.
circle the opposite direction of where Carl told us to go?
Nope. It looks like in that still general direction.
General erection. Diagnosis.
I need some more
murder.
caffeine, guys.
Ooh. It's quite the nip slip.
Yeah, that's what I get because I have been slowly giving up Dr. Pepper. So this is like, I'm losing my power.
We need you on that good cocaine, dude. Don't be giving up Dr. Pepper on Tuesdays at least. Jeez.
Wait,
No,
what?
it's okay, guys. I'm just like doubled up on my Adderall.
I heard a magic word.
Cocaine.
Cocaine and cocaine accessories.
Straws? Razor blades. So we'll head to the area. We'll look for tracks to see if we could find where they were leading. I'm assuming a small horde of undead probably aren't great at covering their tracks. Let's see what we can find. I will lead the way.
Good to go.
Okay. Yzal, you are leading the way, and who's your number 2?
I'll go second, but once we get to the place, I will look for tracks.
Okay. So, as you guys slowly make your way down from your little ledge hidey hole and descend down into the valley, at this point, the earth is still slick with mud, and you gingerly approach a small hill where you believe the stuff took place. As you approach, you start noticing sections of earth that have been kind of dug out crudely to...
Eric, get out of Discord. Shut up.
Well, you
Real
guys
life.
keep posting shit, and I have DMs. Okay, so, yes. Anyway, so as you approach this opening, there are several trees in the immediate vicinity that are dead and withered. A few other stumps that once housed trees. Nope, it looks like in
Whoever's playing that, please stop.
Yeah, why are you playing it
direction.
General erection.
in the background?
I was really worried that I was playing something again.
Anyway, this area, the ground is disturbed as numerous small, kind of shallow graves seem to have been unearthed recently. Most of the holes that have been dug at this point are filled with water. And just the general area appears to be matted as though a large number of something moved through here and disturbed the ground around you.
So we don't really have to look for the tracks because it looks like
Not here. we know they were here.
Well,
what direction they went to is though.
Yes. Who wants to be looking for the tracks? All right. Art, roll me a survival.
I am also proficient. Can I help?
You can certainly help.
Arthur, roll an advantage.
Avantage.
Advantage, Jace.
I needed the advantage, but I'm going to lucky because it's still bad. I think I got I got a 14 out of the max on those, so give me a second.
Lucky gives you triple advantage.
Well, it just allows him to re-roll, but he's got to take whatever.
He's got to re-roll one of them.
Yeah.
One higher.
One higher. It's
13,
you know
14,
what?
15.
That's a different DC. That's
Creeping
a different
your
DC
way up
rank.
there.
Yeah.
Your DC rank.
With a cursory appearance, you see no less than 12 set of footprints that just kind of move off in all manner of different directions. However, there is one cluster that looks like about 5 or 6 set of footprints that kind of leave together off towards the northeast of this clearing. Farther, like closer to the large mountain.
Which mountain?
The large.
Yes. Specifically, Mount Aryan is the name of it.
I immediately do not want to go to this mountain anymore.
It's not spelled the same.
I don't know that. Arthur doesn't know that either.
Arthur doesn't know what an Aryan is.
Yeightn.
Ooh.
Like a little white baby.
Get an ampersand in there.
Okay, so in seeing that, I would point that out to the group and would say that's probably the direction that we need to go.
And remember, we don't have to go into the crypt or anything. We just gotta find it.
Right.
Wait, did you say there are tracks leading in other directions too?
Yeah, there's some going that way, some going that way, some that went back in that direction, but the larger group looks like they went that way.
Does it look like these are like organized like a person would normally walk, or like as if someone has a dead leg and they're kind of dragging it?
Shambling
tracks?
Shambling is going in different directions, but the ones that the main group had, I would imagine, does have some shambling, but there looks like there's some set tracks as well. Okay.
with a normal gait.
So they're bringing out a bunch of undead and then dispersing them out just out in directions, and then keeping a small amount with them.
Probably seeing which kinds that get resurrected and keeping the stronger ones.
It's like a gotcha machine. Oh, this one's not as shiny. You release it. Huh.
Can we keep moving? Because, again, it's going to...
Yep.
Let's keep moving.
Okay.
I guess
So-
now we would keep an eye out as well for just random undead in the mountain range as well, because these things are just released them out into the wild.
Yep. Okay. So You guys start passing through the mountains, heading towards the shadow of Mount Arian. And as you guys are kind of moving through, and the moderate rain kind of dulls to a little bit of a drizzle in the late morning, the sky overhead still heavily overcast. You guys can kind of spot off from time to time, like in the distance, as your vision kind of opens up. Every once in a while, you'll see some kind of undead creature shambling in the distance. But you guys are generally able to avoid them, should you so desire.
I don't know. Volred's got weird ways. He sees a target. He
Volred
just
could
loves
go
killing
hunting.
Not this time.
It's chill.
Okay.
Not this time.
So, as you guys continue, I'm going to need another survival check from you guys. This time it gets a little bit harder because as you're traveling through the lowlands, this rain kind of...
Oh! Wait, you just did it? You didn't even ask?
Volred's keeping an eye out, apparently.
I thought it was... He was asking everyone to do that.
Oh.
I like it.
Oh.
Well, can someone else who's also trained in it, since we have multiple...
I'm not even trained in it.
Yeah, the people who are following the tracks, I will need...
Arthur or me?
Is there an opportunity for Izal to help me again? Or is this just random rolls for individuals?
Yeah, Izal can help you again if she wishes.
Yes. Despite me getting the silent treatment.
That's fair. No, it's a 16. It's a 16. I have to roll 2 of them. I'm moving up one number at a time. That's how that's boiling out to. But it's a 16.
Okay.
It didn't show up on the roll 20.
Yeah, it didn't.
It didn't?
I heard the noise of the roll, though.
Nope,
Me too.
but I also...
There it goes.
Yeah.
13,
okay.
16. Slow.
Yeah. Well, on my screen, it looked like Arthur dipped out of roll 20 and then reconnected, so it may have just...
That's impossible. Arthur never signs out of roll 20.
I wasn't signed in today. I waited until the game started.
Anyway, yeah, at this point in time, moving through with this rain, and it had been several hours, it becomes nearly impossible for you guys to follow these tracks. And before long, you start to lose the trail as the continued amount of water has just kind of washed away the definition in the ground beneath you.
Never back.
Well, yeah, it's starting to just kind of the trail's starting to fall apart, guys. We can keep going in this direction, but I don't know if the tracks are still there or if they're going to be around whenever we get there. So
I'm fine continuing, especially since we don't want to lose another day. We want to get as close as we can so we have a better chance of finding where they were going.
I agree.
Alright, well, I guess we'll just keep going this way. Arthur's gonna keep looking for any kind of like, not necessarily the tracks alone, but at least like any kind of disruption in any of the foliage, bushes, trees, or anything else that would lead us to believe that somebody has recently come through here.
Okay. So, Zol.
1 second, I have to switch the audio over to another headset real quick, which affects the audio on the entire stream.
Oh no!
So 5 seconds, please. Switch to you. Okay, now talk. Nope, did not work. 1 second.
And at this point, I would probably, I would be trying to look for something. Because we pretty much lost the tracks at this point.
Alright, I just left it on the same headset, so keep going.
Are you good?
I'm good. I'm going to find a charger for my headphones and just plug it in while listening to it, so.
Well, cool.
Okay.
As
You guys lost the tracks.
Yeah.
I heard that part before I walked off.
Arthur is going to wild shape into a wolf, and will attempt to try to find some other way of tracking the groups, primarily through like either scent. I don't think I'm going to be able to see anything, so I would say scent.
The smell of undead.
I mean, they're decaying. This whole place probably smells like decay and death, but there might be something that I can find.
Okay.
So that would be a perception check. Is that correct, DM?
Mm-hmm.
Does it still give me advantage on it since I'm using my smell?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, all that stuff just increases the DC.
I'm not getting high rolls anymore. It is a 17, but you know what? I am going to use another lucky because I feel like we really need to get my life together, and I'm okay to use the luckies on this time. I will not use it anymore after this time.
Just keep using it.
It's a 16. It went to 17 and rolled right over to that freaking 9. Okay, well, it's a total is what, 17?
Yeah.
Oh, he's consulting a book.
You're confirming whether or not I have to use that die. I can choose which die to use.
Just lets him roll basically a third die, and he picks which one of the three. Although I think you have to, well, since he doesn't know the outcome, he could just assume shit rolls are bad.
Yeah, I was like, I just rolled low, so I was like, I'm just gonna choose it, but I didn't hear the outcome before I decided to.
Sorry, I was just trying to figure out what the DC would be. All right. So, with the muddy ground, though that does make the tracking more difficult, you can no longer kind of see the tracks, but you do get this stench that you pick up, a scent, like it's almost kind of like, the best way you could liken it to is some food provisions that you guys will have kept on ship. Every once in a while, you have to crack the barrel just to see whether or not the food is still good, and one that has been gone and off for a very long time. Just really old putrefaction, in stench and decay. That the kind of you get a vague sense of that as you sniff around.
So with that, Arthur will take off in the direction that the scent is coming from, or leading towards that scent.
Okay. So now you can pick back up your survival if you want. I mean, it's wisdom +7 for you either way, but
Yeah, but if I'm following a scent and I get advantage on it automatically with perception, I will probably just stick with perception if that's available.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and roll again.
yeah.
Well, if he gets a advantage on perception, can someone else roll survival as well?
I mean, you can give it a shot.
I would not be the person to roll it.
I just saw a wolf run off.
Is what above a 10? It's a 16 for
Okay.
my perception.
Yeah, that's fine. You continue to follow the stench, and it starts to pick up in severity just ever so slightly as you guys continue on. You're kind of heading over sections of land, down through some water, back up into land, just trying to be careful not to be swept away with some of the storm surges. But luckily, the little streams that are being cutting their way through the valley, though the water is rushing, the streams themselves are relatively shallow and just filled with mud. So most of the rest of you guys who are following, you've got basically a nice layer of sediment in your shoes. And before long, Art, you come through a section nearing a rock wall, and the scent all of a sudden disappears.
So Arthur and Wolfworm will turn back towards the group that's following and kind of like nudge his head and like huff.
What is it, Arthur? Does Jimmy fall into a well?
Gander fall down a well.
Probably.
I pat his head and say, "Good boy."
Arthur immediately drops the wild shape. He's like, "Fuck you, both of you. I can't find the scent anymore."
Oh. Behind the wall?
What did this do?
Is this stone? Is this the mountain? Or is it just a big rock?
You're just coming up to a large section of kind of cliff face with large boulders nestled up. And there's some scraggly trees, but there is nothing really of benefit to see.
As I pull out the stash of Ezra leaf that I was last given and start pulling it out and say, "Azal, I'm not sure if now's the time to get stoned, but I wouldn't say no."
Probably should hold off on it. Although if we get like trapped in an area, I would definitely say now's the time.
You're the one who brought up getting stoned.
No, figure of speech. I mean, you could probably do it, but we might have to fight something.
Did this bitch not just say stoned?
What'd you just call me?
Did this fine female just say stoned?
Look, I think you might have an addiction that we should really talk about afterwards. But right now, because we need to check for some type of hidden entryway, I think. We can get stoned later.
You just said something about getting stoned, though.
Caleb, is there any way you can see if there's any kind of magic stuff that's happening on this wall?
Yeah. I will inspect the wall and see if I can see any magical presence. And let me see.
I miss my axe.
Yeah, you said that a couple times.
Eric, how long were we walking and following this trail?
Probably about another half hour, 45 minutes.
Nice.
What you got, Caleb?
I do not have detect magic, but I'm going to see if I can figure out if this is magical in nature.
Okay, how do you want to do that?
I'm upset that you still don't have detect magic.
Yeah.
Arcane
Thought that guy
101.
He didn't go to school, he's all. He doesn't know the rules. He figures this shit out as it goes along.
Hedge wizard.
I'm going to ritual cast identify instantly.
Okay.
And see if there's
So-
a way to determine if there's a magical presence in this area.
Yeah, so you're gonna cast that. You're gonna use the book.
Yes.
Okay. Just kind of a quick flash of the book. You watch words slide off the page, quickly kind of light a fire in air, and then Caleb's eyes go. And you kind of do a quick look around, Caleb. There is like a thin layer, a sheet of illusion magic that covers this entire area. And as you kind of glance around, you can see a few trees around the periphery. You can see evidence of magic along some of their trunks.
Okay. Now that I'm aware of the illusion, is the illusion dropped? Like most illusions?
No, that's not really the way that works, but you can make an investigation check if you wish.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay.
These stones look at vulnerable.
I'm going to ask Gander to assist me on this.
This is just you.
Gander says, "Fuck you."
Fuck you too, Gander.
Hi.
I need your fucking help anyways.
Yeah, what are you bitching about?
He wanted higher.
I wanted advantage.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
We know the rules of that. That's what Gander said.
So, as you're kind of glancing through and you try and strain against the illusion, you can see the image of what you saw previous to identify begins to fade just a little bit. And you can see alternative existence lying just beneath it. Most of the hallucinatory terrain around you doesn't seem to really modify anything. However, there are a couple parts along the cliff face that seems to cast an illusion over an entryway, a stone door of sorts.
Right. While I'm inspecting and everything, and I can see this, but it's still a solid rock wall for everybody, correct?
For everyone else, yes.
Um,
He's getting real touchy-feely with that wall.
Izal,
What?
aren't you always talking about how you're very good with stone?
You're getting forward and be mixed up. He's
Come here.
the stoner, not me.
Come here, Izal.
You literally said stoned just a second ago.
I swear it's like a
Not-
keyword for him.
Not stoned, stone.
Oh.
Come here, Izal.
What? Fine. What?
Put your hand on this wall. What do you sense?
A rock.
The entryway.
I don't think so. I think it's a rock.
Well-
I've rubbed my hand on it.
Dan,
It's a
is
wet
this
rock.
a doorway or is it an entryway?
In your case, it looks like a doorway, kind of thinly, kind of like the door to Moria. It's kind of thinly etched into the rock. And he's all, as you kind of run your hands over it, you're like, oh, you do feel some ridges and geometry in the stone that doesn't match your sight. If you want to roll an investigation check, you may.
Oh, we're gonna enjoy this one. Luckily, I'm not a complete moron. But that doesn't stop me from doing stupid
but
shit.
because it's stone related, you can get advantage.
Okay.
Not that you necessarily need it.
18.
Yeah. So as you kind of go through and you're kind of touching the stone, kind of taking a step back and kind of blinking your eyes and kind of focusing on it a little bit, you find that your perception of the texture of the stone kind of shifts a little bit as you shift your weight. It's very subtle, but it's very clear that the stone is disguised in some manner.
It's a rock lock. You know the answer? Got it to get in? Usually
I do not.
magic. Is there a keyhole? So this whole thing is illusion, or is it just the store?
There's a lot of small illusions changing the way someone perceives this area, but this right here is the focus of the illusion.
Guessing there's just like a lot of like mushed up mud from traffic, so there's not really like a pattern or anything.
Yeah.
Right. So as you're
too much traffic.
kind of looking around and are kind of seeing through the illusion, like I said, most of the area actually remains untouched. The door has that kind of illusionary facade, and any disturbance in the ground is illusioned away, as well as sense of smell is altered in the area as well.
Oh, that's why there's no tracks. There are tracks, we just can't see them.
I have
Yeah,
a question.
And as you're kind of looking down at the ground, you can start to see the tracks as well.
I'm going to try and see if I step in a piece of mud, does the illusion automatically cover it up?
Yes, it does.
Ooh, that's nifty.
Arthur, touch the mud. Like, look for like a smooth part and then like put your hand in it. Like your hand will just go into it and then there'll be nothing. Like it never happened. Magic is stupid.
One of those circle things.
Oh
Yep.
yeah. Big
Yep.
circle.
And Arthur gets kind of confused, looks back at his little chicken-shaped paw prints. Of course.
When he wild shapes into a wolf.
His
is it
wolf
four
has little chicken.
paw prints?
Yep, it's just
Amazing.
4 little chicken prints.
What?
Because your gear merges with you.
Yeah, merges.
As long as it fits your like boots, I guess could fit on a wolf. Like
Yeah, it merges as part of your form. Like you don't
Question.
lose the benefit of your magical items when you wild shape.
Question.
That's funny.
Does he have 2 bear prints and 2 chicken prints?
Only if he activates
That's
them.
a good question.
It's owlbear because it's a bird.
I don't know
and-
how we would adjudicate that.
and a bear.
But yeah, I mean,
That would fuck some
I guess
trekkers up.
that's up to you, Arthur. Do you have a set of chicken prints and a set of wolf prints, or do you have 4 chicken prints?
I like the former.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the set of wolf prints and a set of chicken prints. And then, like, whenever it walks, it looks a little confusing because you think it's just a wolf tracking down this large chicken.
It's
Makes sense at the long term.
it's a chicken hunting down a wolf. That's a
Depends
big ass
on
chicken.
which legs, you know. But yeah, I'm cool with that.
Oh,
Or it's basically a chicken being followed by a wolf that walks on 2 legs.
Ooh. Like the big bad wolf that killed Goldilocks and the 3 bears.
We're getting so off track. Okay, what is happening?
It's an
Anyway.
illusion. It's very confusing.
Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm going
Arthur,
to
that's what's
investigate the
happening.
door to see if I know a way to open it.
Okay.
Tied my
The
axe, we can
door.
open it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an Arcana.
Hey, you. Oh, that was almost a 1. 27.
27.
I fucking hate
Um,
you.
The door is not magically locked, so far as you can tell. It just looks like it requires an awful lot of force to open, and was just crafted to leave as minimal a seam as possible.
I'm going to check to see if there's any traps.
Okay. That's okay.
It's just a
Roll
thin
me
wire
investigation.
directly where your hand is. If you remove your hand, it cuts it off.
26.
That's
Natural 20.
that's like 4 natural 20s for us tonight.
Yeah.
I have not rolled below an 18.
Yeah.
No, bad
Caleb is definitely pulling his weight right now.
It's not a lot. Right?
Yeah. So, Caleb, as you kind of go through, you kind of put just a little bit of pressure on the door. You check some of the surrounding area. No evidence of any traps, as far as you can tell.
All right, then I'm going to open the door.
Okay. You go and press on the door. I need you to roll me a strength check.
Oh, hell no. As soon as I try to do that, Izal, get your ass over here.
I'm over by one of the illusion trees. Like
As
one of
soon
the
as I try to
branches
put some
fell
weight
off.
against it,
That's
as soon as I put some weight against it, I'm like, no, this ain't me.
the tree looks like there's a branch here, but there's no branch here. So I guess they need to update their illusion.
Izal, can
What?
you come help me roll this, like, move this door?
Don't say roll and stoned around Volred. He gets very antsy. I hop down there. Oh. One of those doors.
Yeah, I got a negative strength score.
Oh, it's sad. I'm not like the strongest thing in the world. I'm just pointing that out. I'm just stronger than you.
You want me to help you?
Yeah, I'd probably best just so I don't like pull a leg muscle or something. And I push up against the door.
All right.
Okay. So, you guys, so I guess you're taking lead, he's all?
No, I fake running into things, but Caleb just run into the door. Of course, I'll push. I will push.
Okay.
Strength check.
Mm-hmm.
What did you get?
Yeah, I guess I won't do anything stupid. Natural 20 again. Come on. 23.
Oh my god, this is fucking
Jeez.
ridiculous.
I hope we don't get into combat. We ain't gonna roll anything above a 5.
I rolled all the bad rolls, guys. I'm taking all the bad rolls. You guys
It's that wolf form. You needed a wolf before.
No, it was not the wolf. It was everything. Like just everything has been bad.
I think scroll up on these dice rolls. It's like green box,
Oh, yeah.
green box, green box. Jesus. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Caleb helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't roll with advantage, but I guess Caleb was there.
Well, let me see what I would have rolled.
You got what, like a -1 to your
You hurt your shoulder. You got your strength score.
Yeah.
Caleb's there. He hits the frame. That's not the door.
He's pushing on the wrong part of the door.
Oh.
And he's also like, Caleb, I'm pretty sure it opens on this.
Doing a great job, Caleb.
Yep.
Found the damn door.
Yeah, you're just kind of heaving up, and you have to like kind of, flex and get some technique into this, because this thing,
My
like,
feet are a solid 6 inches into the mud.
yeah, it's like it gets a little hard, and you're like, holy shit, this must be dwarven made. And then slowly but surely the door gives just a little bit, and you hear the
Open sesame.
as slowly but surely, inch by inch, degree by degree, you crack open this door wide enough to allow your compatriots.
What was the DC?
The DC was 22.
22. Yeah, I guess. Or one is
Oh,
all.
All right, let's go.
I guess if you have 6 undead doing it at one time, it's probably a lot easier.
Or if the undead guys are just really strong.
Nah. They're all skin and bones.
True. But maybe they have a potion of giant strength. A belt
Every time
of
they have
stone
to
giant
leave.
strength.
Every time they have to leave. Or the belt, yes.
It was a pull door.
So, as you press in on the door, there is this kind of stale, dank air that moves in towards you, Izal, and everyone out in the clearing can immediately get the stench of death entering from the area. It is fetid and disgusting.
Mm.
Yeah.
Good stuff,
So,
everyone.
Now, also, the hallway that opens up on the opposite side of the door just extends out into darkness. And then those of you with dark vision can just kind of see it continues off beyond your sight.
It's a hallway. Caleb and Arthur.
I'm just
How
going
far
to-
does it go?
I'm going to put my hand on Red's shoulder and just follow.
Farther than 60 feet. Because I can't see the end of it. Caleb, give me the light thingy, and I pull out the Krieg Cleaver sword. Kind of blunt side it to him.
I cast light on her weapon.
Alright. It's not the same as the axe, but it'll do. Dark hallway, how far does it extend now?
It extends out for about 80 feet before it rounds a corner off to the right.
Is there an illusion in here as well?
You do not see that the illusion enters this area.
Looking down, is there just a bunch of tracks?
Yep, this hallway is kind of filthy with muddy footprints. Judging by the general construction of the area and a look around, Izal, you get the sense that this is most likely a siege tunnel. Like a way of escaping the fort by secret if the fort should ever come under assault.
Oh, so it was a pull door. Pushed it up.
This more than likely isn't their normal entrance. It's just the one that we found.
So all the undead led this one direction, and there's traffic coming through here.
Some of it recent, some of it old.
I'd assume that all the other entrances are either blockaded, destroyed, or just not the place they have a lot of traffic going into. Educated guest. Fear's off to the left, I had 80 feet, or the right?
To the right.
Alright, I pull out my other sword. I'll be ready this time. And let's head out. I'll lead the way since I got the light.
Okay.
Anyone have any objections?
Nope.
All right. And your marching order?
Ming.
Who's number 2?
Poop.
I'll do it.
I'll go.
Forward. Yay.
I'll be third.
Gander will be last. I will go in front of Gander.
What if
And for
can you have
purposes,
the wizard book guy show up?
yes, he's still out.
Oh, did you
For
summon
purpose-
him?
He's always out for now.
Well, if you went to sleep, I'm assuming.
Yes, if you went to sleep, you would have lost concentration and you would have disappeared.
It's not concentration and it doesn't drop.
What if it said? So it doesn't say if you fall unconscious or anything.
No,
Ah.
it says if I die.
What if he wants to just not be around for a little while?
That's
What
fine.
if he just wants to leave?
It's like, dude, it's fucking boring.
He just doesn't like you guys.
But no, it stops manifesting if it's more than 300 feet away from you. Someone casts a spell magic. If the spell book is destroyed, or if I die, or if I dismiss it.
But did you die?
No.
Only
Damn.
internally. Well, maybe he just takes a nap too.
Yeah.
It's like having another party member now. All right. We'll call you
Except you
Gorbeck
can't
2.
really do anything much, you know?
Yeah, he for the purposes of this, he's going to be occupying the same space as me.
Hey, you're glowing.
Just another reason I'm going to get attacked.
Yeah, basically, I guess this thing kind of focuses like a pet. Like it takes parts of your turn to get them to really do stuff. So it's like, I guess, no different than having a pet as a ranger.
Yeah.
Only this
But
is more functional.
Yeah.
Well, I can cast 3 spells with it per day. That's it.
Yeah. And you got some other stuff you can do. Okay.
But yeah.
So, yeah. Maelor is just kind of sitting here and none too pleased, but this place is filthy.
Well, it won't rub off on you, at least.
I suppose that's true. Still, I do share a certain amount of his senses with Master Calum, and so...
Hopefully not his sense of fashion.
No, of course not.
Definitely.
I would have to follow some pretty hard times for that.
Ooh.
Dismissed you at a glance.
Roast Calum.
It's like, you bastard.
No, Calum is quite used to people ragging on his appearance.
Oh yeah.
He's been around us.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a haggard beard. His hair looks like it hasn't been cut in years.
Eric, quit describing Kilmo. That's rude.
Excuse me. Caleb looks fantastic.
For a
Just look at
hobo.
the drawing.
For a hobo. Yeah, look at the character art.
Yeah, that was one of those portraits where Caleb was like, "Hey, I want you to like do my portrait. Hey, but you know that thing that nobles ask for about how you make them look nicer than they actually are? Could you do that?" So anyway, you guys head down the halls of the siege tunnel and then round the corner to the right, kind of glancing forth, continuing into darkness. Before a few minutes later, you come to a staircase that ascends up.
This is Arthur saying this like softly. You remember when we said we were only going to find the location, and we weren't going to like go in or fight anything? I think we're in the location, and we're doing the exact opposite of what we said we were going to do.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I think we have to confirm that this is the place.
It smells of death.
Yeah.
And it was magically hidden in a mountain. And there were, like, we literally followed tracks from necromancers to come here. I think this is the ruin.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, let's leave.
I have no issue with continuing, but if the majority of you want to leave, I'll follow.
Well, why would you want to continue when you literally just said that we weren't going to go in?
I didn't say that.
Did we want to dip our toe in a little bit, see just how dangerous it can be, or do you just want to leave? Because I'm
My
kind of
thing
up for
is-
both.
My thing is that we are going into an area of magical nature where I might be able to gain knowledge to help me with my spellcraft.
And Maelor pipes in and goes, "Yes, indeed. Caleb makes an excellent point. Also, for my vote, I'm fine either way."
No vote. No vote.
No, you get like
Yeah, you don't get a vote
0.2 of a
yet.
vote. It's mostly
I'm
negative.
fairly certain that someone, not I don't remember exactly which, said that it was like we were back to a 6-man party.
That was me, but it's like splitting Caleb's vote in two. So if you both agree, it's one vote.
We didn't vote as a group to determine whether you counted as a sixth yet.
True, but I count as a
Very true. Thank
sixth
you.
for the purposes of having a watch.
This is why my mom told me to beware of chalk demons, and here we are having the conversation.
What's a
Why
chalk?
are we-
What's a chalk demon? Please explain.
No.
Okay.
No.
Demons that live in books,
Nope, that's not what it is.
in areas of learning.
So, listen, I am a firm no, but
I vote
can't-
no.
I can't leave you guys if you're going to do this. So,
Our fighter voted no, which is saying a lot.
I would say no.
Barbarian, rather.
It's all the
Yeah,
same.
you get what I I think that's quite telling of the situation.
Gander.
Yeah.
Here.
To be
He's
fair,
like-
given
like,
last night,
Yeah, he's more like a.
given last
Listen,
night, he's
I
gonna
don't
go
even
head
know
in.
what we're doing here.
Yeah, because he was ready to just go confront the necromancers last night. So, like, there's a
He's
possibility
completely
that Gander
flipped
would
switch.
be like, yes, let's do it. Because he also wants to know more about this arcane geometry and spend more time expanding his spellbook.
I vote that we go no, report the information, get paid for this information, tell them what we know, let them assess it, and put a new price for going in and investigating it, and if it's worth our time, then returning.
That sounds very intelligent.
I have a 10.
So, okay, turn around and right.
Yep, I feel like we're definitely making the right decision. That way we don't walk into a situation where we're surrounded.
I drew a craft. How much time have we been in
It's a
here?
blizzard outside now.
It's like,
We're
how much time?
frozen in.
No, it's not
No,
frozen.
from where you guys are at, it's like maybe lunchtime.
So we have like a couple more hours before the thunderstorms start kicking in.
An hour or two, yeah.
And is this thunderstorm going to last all the way through the night and then to the next, at least lunchtime?
Well, not until at least lunchtime. What are you casting Druidcraft
Yeah, I
again?
cast
Sorry,
Druidcraft.
okay. Sorry, I thought you were just asking. Nope. The thunderstorm will last up into the wee hours of tomorrow morning, and then it should be clear and sunny skies after that.
So we got about an hour or so before we start getting really bad weather. It's gonna get us probably back to the little summoning circle that we were at. I don't know if we're gonna be able to find some place to be unless we just want to walk in all of the bad weather.
But we don't want to be stuck here.
I also don't want to get struck by lightning.
I wouldn't mind that, but you know.
Because this is the same weather that was striking, like lightning strikes throughout the mountain.
I feel like we should probably take our chances trying to travel through the bad weather.
Getting further and further away from this.
Mm-hmm. Get as far away as possible. Because if we stay at where they were doing all the summoning, they're likely to return. And really don't want to be in that situation. Unless we do, and then I'm all for it.
Well, I would imagine it probably wouldn't have like a big group if they're just trying to summon stuff. They'll probably only have like one or two with them. But it would still be that we're fighting necromancers in the middle of a summoning circle.
No, they won't be summoning if we're fighting them.
Never fought a necromancer, so I don't know if that's true or not.
I know resurrection takes at least like an hour or so. I'm assuming this is a faster way of doing it?
Yeah, but they were also just doing like sparks of light every 15 minutes.
Oh, I can kill a lot of things in 15 minutes.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so can we get out of the creepy
We should go.
smelling place, please?
Let's get out of here.
I rub my hand on the wall. Yeah.
Alright, so I guess we're leaving.
Okay. So you guys backtrack through the siege tunnel and step out into the illusory clearing. And basically stare at that giant stone door, trying to figure out how the hell you're going to close it with no handle.
Huh. See, this is why I'm saying it should have been a push door from the inside and a pull door. It's just that, you know what? They deserve to have his tower ransacked because it's a dumb design.
I mean, can you push it from the inside and then we just push it closed? Like, can it move both ways, Eric? Or is it only just one?
It only swings in.
Oh, so there's got to be some type of magical way of moving this door, but I don't know how to do it.
Well, you would close it. Was there like a handle or a grip area on the inside of the door?
Yeah.
You would pull it
So
open.
it's the kind of thing that you would pull it open from the inside. You would leave, and you wouldn't generally close it behind you, or whoever is left inside the fort would close it after you
Oh, they
left.
can just. Oh, I will be. Are there footprints being tracked inside as well? Like, does it look like it's muddy or dusty or anything? That
I
we
thought-
Oh yeah,
It's all
there's
gross in
all
there.
kinds of footprints all in there.
Oh, as we're leaving, I will take like something to like sweep the footprints out so they don't look and see that we just walked all
There's
the way
a
through.
giant fucking chicken in the area.
Yeah, I mean that's effectively what's happening.
You know, cockatrices do live in mountains and all kinds of stuff. You know,
and they can just be like, "Hey, somebody left this stupid fucking door open."
Fuck,
and
we got a cockatrice in here.
randomly ran into the wall and found that there was a hidden door there. But yeah, I would be trying to remove whatever footprints or traces we have as we walk by or walk back.
okay, all right.
We're just gonna have to leave the door open.
We have shape water. That you can do that water thing. That's not going to help us. We've got. I can only do so much from my angle.
Yeah, it's too heavy for me to do anything.
Splish isn't strong enough to push it from the inside. Ghost can't touch shit. Is there like a button? Some type of press here and open, or is it just push with brute force?
Appears to just be push.
I don't know, magic people. Oh no, that would make a lot of noise. What's it up? Gander would say, like, I could have the turret on the inside, just blow the hell out of the door from the inside, and then I ain't gotta worry about it. But that would also leave evidence of the thing on the inside.
And technically, he would have to leave his turret inside too.
Yeah, it would dismantle. You make another one with sticks and stones.
Ooh, Eric.
Ooh, Arthur.
Yeah. Oh, I thought somebody was like actually trying to talk to me. That's funny. Is there a way that I could use the vines from Entangle to pull the door closed? As in, like, maybe sprout some vines out of the ground, use those magical vines to wrap around the door, and then we just pull those vines closed?
Interesting question.
Follow-up question. What are the hinges of this? What does it look like?
Finely crafted stonework.
The hinges appear to be steel.
If I were to cast grease on them, would it make it easier to shut from the outside?
Maybe it would, but the difference is you don't have a way of pulling the door closed from the outside.
If only I had.
Yes, but would it make it easier? Okay, would it make it easier to close from?
I mean,
inside?
yes, theoretically, if you lubricate the hinges.
Okay, I got this.
What?
Just want to take a moment from me. I love that.
Yeah, well, if you want,
both work together.
You're good.
okay, yes.
You're good. You're good.
Try with it. I was coming up with an idea.
You're good.
All right. First, I'm going to cast grease.
Okay. And just spray grease all over
The hinges.
the hinges in the hallway. Because, I mean, it's a lot of grease.
Yes, but I'm going to try and focus it because
Yep.
I can
And
shake
then-
water. I can shake the liquid in the direction of the hinges.
there you go.
Grease is not water, but okay.
It's the opposite of water.
Yeah, it
And
is.
then
They don't
I'm
mix.
and then I'm going to cast Summon Fey.
Nefe?
Okay, but how powerful could your fey creature be?
It's a strength of 13. Should be enough with the grease and from the inside, just being able to close it.
Alright, I mean, we can see. What is the fey's strength check?
Both.
Now, the fey's just sitting there going, and you can kind of slowly hear the. Just having, yeah. You get the sense like maybe this little fey creature will be able to close it eventually.
I will try a couple more times while this is active.
Need help?
Sure.
How long is he active?
Let me check. An hour.
Okay.
Going back to my Entangle plan, would that work with the Fae on the inside and us pulling on the outside?
Gander's like, I have a grappling hook.
Well, you can give it a shot.
Cool.
The vines you create aren't super strong, but hey, I mean, even a little seedling can break rock, give it enough time,
They also, it's a DC check of 15 for them to break it. So I'm gonna let it just. We're gonna go ahead and cast Entangle, and I'm gonna cause the vines to grasp around the iron hinges, and we're gonna try to see if we can pull those out. Pull them.
Okay.
With the Fae on the inside trying to push. Izal!
What?
Come help! I'm not the strongest of people.
Help pull? Alright, cool.
Alright, Caleb.
Ow! It's got a thorn on it.
I didn't put thorn. There's vines and weeds. There's no thorns on
What the hell did I stab myself on? Oh, that's a knife. Hold on. Alright.
Alright, so with the vines created, plus the grease, plus the Fae on the inside pushing, and Izal making a strength check, I would guess.
Izal will pump some divine blood through her veins to rage.
Okay.
We are going to successfully close this door, so one way or the other.
We're gonna put a small crack.
So, am I still rolling again?
What would you like us to do, Eric?
I'm just trying to figure this out. I was trying to take a look at what all other spells and stuff we got. Okay.
I looked at Gander's stuff already. It's all useless.
Yeah, I got it.
He had a grappling hook. That's about it.
Yeah, Izal, if you want to, I guess, roll a strength.
Yeah.
And that could be athletics if you wanted it to be.
Oh, I wanted the athletics. Is a bigger number. And I'm raging. It's a 25.
Okay. So with the subtle movement, you kind of reach in and you're like, all right, this is going to be kind of hard to time. So you kind of reach in and very quickly yank the stone door. And as soon as it grabs some momentum and you get it going, you release and snap your hands back before they get crushed. Between the
Well, you guys are pulling on the vines.
Yeah. And so then the door just kind of goes.
Pull.
Yeah.
Oh, I left my
Did it shut all the way?
I left my keys in there. We gotta open it back up.
Dissipate by Entangle.
Okay. You feel the nature energy release.
I'm just pumped up with energy. Yeah, let's go. Oh,
Yeah.
get the glow out of my eyes. Woo. Never had more excitement closing a door before.
Love that you just screamed as we were leaving.
I was excited.
Castle. Can we leave now?
Dude, probably.
You can certainly try.
Oh, I'm going to try. We're going to leave. I'm going to take one of the tree branches and wipe away our footprints too.
Okay. And it takes a little bit of time because the illusory terrain is still there.
Yeah.
So you're just you have to squint out a little bit.
At where you think it is.
I just don't want them to dissipate that spell and then follow us the way that we followed them to this place.
I still like the idea that they think they're invaded by a chicken, though.
But yes, the grease will dissipate in a minute, and then I'm also going to dismiss the fey creature because it can't teleport to me because it can't see me.
Yeah. I know. So, I was trying to double check Misty Step and was like, oh, that's not going to help you.
Yeah.
So. All right.
We should.
Okie dokie. So, you guys continue on. As the morning goes, the rain kind of slows a little bit more to just a drizzle, while the return of distant thunder can be heard in the distance.
To Arthur. I thought you said it was going to get worse after a while. Ah, fuck.
Yep. Yeah. So we got probably about like an hour or two before that really hits us. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Running.
So-
running.
All right. Who's gonna roll the survival and who the perception?
I'm good at both, but not great at both.
I could do perception, but definitely not survival.
Arthur, survival.
Are you helping me?
I would love to help you.
Thank you.
You could have talked to me.
I've been needing it. I've been talking today.
I
didn't
know.
talk yesterday.
I got the culture.
And Red, you're rolling the perception.
I guess I am.
Just need a 10. I got a. He got a.
Oh, 22?
22. Where's my button? Button
I
there.
got a 16.
Cool. I wasn't gonna say anything, Art, until you decided if you were gonna use lucky or not.
Oh, I'm not using
So-
that. It's fine.
Okay. So yeah, the way back, Art, is just a little bit more complicated now that you don't have those keen senses. But you can generally kind of remember some landmarks, which kind of helps you narrowly back. Volred, you're kind of glancing out now that the mist is kind of rising up a little bit in the clouds and giving you a little bit more perception as you scan the environment that is unfortunately not very target rich. Every once in a while, though, you do see off in the distance an undead creature, a skeleton, or some kind of zombie, and move around. For as many as you would figure would be here, it's not that bad. And on occasion, you guys can easily find ways to traverse the area, coming into contact with as few undead as possible. And as you guys are kind of heading back out to the mouth of the valley, where you guys originally had your ascent or descent the previous day, you guys can kind of watch as the mists overhead are suddenly kind of lighting up with the lightning that comes through, followed by the telltale crack of thunder. And at this point, you guys are kind of in the mid to late afternoons. Were you guys wanting to ascend and kind of maybe try and reach that that area you guys were at the other night? Not the one where you guys met Maelor, but the one up on top of the ridge.
Yeah.
Might as well give it a shot
Yeah.
in case there's accidental flooding again.
Okay. So, as you guys make your way back up to the ridge, you guys kind of pass through that mist again, this time feeling it clings to you and kind of chills you through and through. But you guys are eventually able to make it back to the Wayward Pine, the sections of rock that is covered overhead and on three sides, and that kind of overlooks the valley beneath you. From this vantage point, you guys can kind of see and through kind of the cascading and flowing thunder clouds and kind of low-lying precipitation in the area. You guys can kind of spot off way in the distance like forest, and then the vaguest little motes of light on the distance near the ocean, which you assume to be the town of Aukenfirth. You guys reach the kind of campsite just in time. The drizzle continues and the lightning grows a little more ferocious, but you guys have a safe space to pack it up for the evening if you guys want to.
Probably should.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah.
Dome it.
So, Kayla makes the bubble.
We'll cast the dome.
The dome.
The dome of annihilation.
No, I want the opposite of that. I want the dome of pleasant night. Dome of Motel 6 or something.
Okay. Anything else? Anything you guys wanted to do for the evening?
Yep.
Everyone remember how to get back to that area, right? If we had a map, you could probably point it out what
Yeah.
it is. Okay.
Yeah, I believe. Never mind.
You can ask Maylord. I'm sure he remembers exactly where it is.
I can remember it mostly.
I don't know. I'm more better. I can read a map. It's just writing one out, not great. I'm more good at calligraphy and not cartography. So
Gotcha.
Okay.
can't hear you at all, Arthur.
Said I can make a general map, but it's gonna be very childish.
So we notify like landmarks that we saw. That way, it's easier to follow. That's the most important thing. Hordes of undead located here.
All right. So, Kalen casts the dome. You guys start your evening plan and your attempt at rest. And let's see here.
We are followed by the horde.
And your and what is your watch order? Is it the same as last time?
Izal and Gander will go first this time. Mix it up.
Go last, just because I can't see.
Yep.
Okay.
Caleb will go middle.
Not that it really matters. You guys kind of begin your evening watch and try and rest and make notes of your passageway into this valley. And then that's actually where we're going to end here for chapter 39. So you guys feel free to come back next week for chapter 40, and we'll see whether or not you guys survive all the way back to town.
See if
Oh, we're on 40.
if our animals all survived the travel.
Yeah, I thought about casting Ascending, and then I realized I don't have it prepared.
I know Volver didn't kill the undead. They don't have anyone home to care for them. It's no fun. That's why he killed the big deer. It's like, yes, matriarch.
There's no bad feels about disrespectfully killing, you know?
I want someone to mourn for them. Undead have no one. Well, Volred, are you available for this Thursday for a Chase It with Jace?
I am.
Excellent. I have stats and even more questions now.
Yeah, just as a dungeon master, I'm just sitting here going, great. You guys noped out of one quest. Then you guys accepted another, of actively avoided combat, and then noped out of that quest.
Yep.
We didn't nope out of the quest. We
did
are
part
going
of
to we are going to get paid first before we decide we're going to come back to finish out the second part. That's
We
a very
completed
financially responsible.
Part 1 of a multi-part quest.
I'm pretty sure, if not to speak for Arthur's mom, but did she have any sort of saying about getting the money up front?
My mom always used to tell me that if you are to get the money up front, make sure they leave it on the table and then they leave. For anybody who knows that rule of thumb, I love you and we should be friends. If you don't know what that means, you should look it up. Uh, there you go.
And all kinds of things today, like chalk demons and that. Well, I look forward to Adjacent with Jace this Thursday, where a special guest Rab shows up, and we will have a game prepared, I'm sure.
Yes.
Anything else, Eric?
No, I am disappointed.
How many more maps you gotta delete?
He doesn't have to delete any of them. We might come back.
Get my axe back first. Fuck this shit.
No, but there was definitely 2. It's like
Circle.
great, and I made a whole point of like purchasing some new assets and getting it all put together.
You gave us a preemptive warning stating that, you know what, I normally roll before I can get in there, and if you guys get into a fight today for some reason, it's gonna go bad for me. So look, this is what we're just trying to make sure we take care of our DM. So
My thing
try again
was the
DC on that door?
DC as on a level 6 party. That right
And?
there is telling us to get the fuck out.
Well, that's also not the primary entrance. But
I still say
Yeah.
mechanically it should have been a pull
All
door.
right.
Good night, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the party.
bye, hookers.
That's rude. I'm just rude.